Alright, hello everybody and welcome back to Odyssey of the Dragonlords. My throat's a little bit not that great today, but, well, the show must go on. In the last session, the party comprising of Drakgar, Porunga, Metius, Juno, Derek, and Exandri continued their travel to the necropolis of Tillamook. They ran into a couple of complications here and there. Amongst them a marauding band of centaurs, presumably sent by either Sidon or, at the very least, Commander Gaius himself. After that, the party had another dangerous run-in with a group of harpies that threatened to pull some of them off the edge of a cliff by their luring song. Some of the party members were very close to falling off, but they managed to, well, be snapped out of that trance by their teammates. Upon arriving at the necropolis of Tillamook, the party engaged in conversation with Damon, an ancient lich who was a vassal to the original Dragonlords of old. Uh, Damon, of course, told them about the general rules of the necropolis. Rules that will, well, essentially determine that should a grave be sanctified or otherwise considered in hollowed ground, removing any item from their confines will incur the curse of the grave robber upon a party. Otherwise, seeing as the party claims to be the inheritors of the heroes of prophecy given out, Damon otherwise allowed them free reign onto the necropolis. Uh, he, of course, told them that there are limits to his patience, but otherwise, the party is free to explore the necropolis, pay their due respects, and, well, do whatever it is they need to do as their great tasks demand. The party is now currently weighing the decision or of where to go in the necropolis. And that's where we are at the moment. Now, took time to mark on the map the names of the people of the graves. Essentially, mark which is which. Obviously, for game purposes, your characters probably can't read them from all the way there. But this is more for you guys to kind of guide yourselves along the area and, you know, sort of determine which one of these, if any, you wish to approach first or at all. Otherwise, well, you guys are free to act as Lord.
Go to.
Oh,
Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
I want to say.
I'm good. I was saying we should go to this one first, probably because it's the closest.
Okay.
If y'all are.
Oh yeah, I sound logic. It is the closest.
Okay. So everybody, well, move yourselves accordingly there. I'll say for the time being that Lorius, Kyra, and Exandria are hanging a little bit back as a way to see if the rest of you guys, who are particularly people person, are capable of handling this type of a respectful approach to tombs and the like. Uh, as you approach the tomb, each of the tombs have, from what you can tell, based on this first one you're looking at, are roughly the same. They are seemingly built into these cliffs, each of them around 15 or so feet tall, uh, having like this marble pillars on the outside of it. The tomb itself is kind of chiseled out of like this marble slab, probably around 5 feet wide on each side, kind of like a double door. Uh, there is you believe that there will be some form of strength or force or effort required to move these tombs. However, you do notice that there is an inscription on it on this particular tomb, and you believe there might be uh, inscriptions in all of this. The inscription reads, "Death awaits any who would desecrate the great warrior within." Uh, there is another name inscribed upon the front of this tomb. It reads as Telemach Archelander, Oathsworn of Valus. As you guys approach this tomb, Kairina kind of, you know, moves over a little bit closer and says, "Oh, in case it wasn't already obvious to what Damon said, as some of these tombs may be consecrated, you might need to be careful. And even if they are not consecrated, some may have, well, traps or any other effect of the like within."
Is
Yeah,
it is it does it look like well kept,
Um,
or is it just like been left for who knows how long?
Not really. I'll say there's no real like perception check required. You can tell there's stones being here for a while. I mean, you can assume it's been regularly like dusted up.
Okay.
But otherwise, there doesn't seem to have been a like a great effort to keep this place on the up and up, so to speak.
I think that upon reading that Telemach Archelander was the Oathsworn of Valus, Metius would just offer a very quick silent prayer to Valus. I think she's probably one of his like main gods that he would pray to.
Uh, roll me a quick religion check.
Okay. Let me open. See.
So it's right now. It's sealed right now, and we gotta. I'll
Well,
try.
like there's a door.
Oh yeah,
You would need to like open it to actually see the inside of the tomb.
yeah. Okay.
18.
No
I'll
touch. No. Bad.
As you pray to Valus, you know, I'll offer a solemn prayer on the name of somebody who was also probably a believer. You're not quite sure what Oathsworn means, but at the very least, probably a believer of Valus or follower of her. You feel this slight chill can like pass you by. Uh,
Oh,
there is like, it's not like anything like the chill you felt when you grabbed the skin-bound book. It's not nearly like the same dreadful sensation, but it does feel like, ugh, like a little bit weird as it passes you by.
Shall we proceed?
proceed where you don't want to open this, do you?
Yeah, probably not. I mean,
You, so you guys are kind of like well, finish that interaction, whatever you guys were saying.
I think that's it. I can't imagine that we would desecrate any of these tombs. I mean, I know one of us is looking for something, but
yeah.
there must be a way to get permission or something like that first, at least.
Oh, there could be. But you're not like, you know. Do you do anything in an attempt to see if there's a way?
Which one of you?
I think it was Puma. I think Puma had, or Derek had stuff to do here.
Because we should not touch anything that is unnecessary to touch.
True.
Okay. I'll just walk up to near the door and say, "Hey, how's it going, Big T?" Uh, and I whisper something to the door,
I'll
not really touching it.
I'll give a
And
look to Derek and say, I think he's dead.
shush, Drakgar. I just whisper some things to the door, and then I just like hang my head a little bit, rub back on my neck, and just walk away.
Uh, roll me roll a persuasion check.
Okay, let me go to my thing. Hold on. Persuasion. If we just load quick enough. That's not it. Core. Shh. That dang it. Persuasion check. Where is it? It is. Yeah.
You also feel that slight chill kind of pass you by, Derek. And then a raspy voice seems to emanate from within the tomb.
Oh my god.
First you pray to the goddess, and now you address me in such a casual way. I don't recognize the one that prayed, but I will remember that ignorant face of yours anywhere.
How's it going?
Oh no.
Open,
This is
open the door, if you would.
okay.
Drakgar, you're the big guy. Open the door.
Well, you open the door. I want you to make me an athletics check. Anybody assisting him?
Nah, Drakgar
I can
got this.
assist.
Drakgar, you got this.
You. All right. So with advantage. 16. You're gonna put your back into it as you begin push open the basically a slab, like a marble slab that is this door, quote unquote. You see as the when you fully kind of push it open, the inside of this tomb. The room isn't particularly that big, by the way. Is extends a couple of feet forward. I'm not gonna move you into the map, into the map that is the tomb, unless you do something really stupid. Otherwise, essentially, what you see inside appears to be a large, sort of like sarcophagus, with the image of a warrior kind of like engraved in its lid. There's murals all over the walls of the room that is inside. They depict the same imagery of this warrior that is carved on the sarcophagus, but in various different like scenes, I suppose you could call them. In one, they're in each of these scenes, that same warrior is kind of, well, for lack of a better word, slaughtering creatures of every kind: centaurs, satyrs, cyclops, men, women,
Oh my god.
and even more.
Hey, at least it
Couple
doesn't
of
discriminate.
a couple of these images of the murals are kind of faded. Like the paint wasn't upheld, shall we say. As this happens, well, I'm gonna show you guys the image. Uh, I want to thank Labyrinthian, being the 3D render creator of these images that we're gonna be using for the inside of the tombs of the Dragonlords.
Cool.
Thank you, person.
Uh, as you see, kind of like take in this scene, for lack of a better word, you see us from the sarcophagus. The lid slides open,
Oh.
and a very clearly undead creature, like a walking desiccated corpse, walks out, still wearing like full armor and weapons, as if he was buried as such. There's a bit of a slight shadowy wisp like around his body.
Oh, he looks friendly.
As he kind of walks up, well, not walks up to you, but walks out of the lid of the sarcophagus, or the sarcophagus rather, and he says, "I remember you. You were one of the people under Sander's command. What was your name again?"
It's Derek.
Right. Something like that. Now tell me, Derek and all of your companions. You do see that when he looks around, his eyes kind of pause a little bit when he looks behind you. The initial group of people are in front of the tomb, and looks over at the back where he sees Juno, and Lorius. Uh, he kind of like seems to do like a little bit of of a weird snarl, but you can't tell if it's a snarl because part of the skin around his mouth is kind of like gone, so it exposes like a segment of his jaw, like Two-Face style. Uh, and he kind of like shakes his head with a bit of a growl and then looks over and says, "Right, where was I? For what reason do you come to visit?"
Well, you remember the Oracle, right? From back in the days, me and her had a little fling. You know.
Sidon, Sidon Spawn. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember her.
Well.
As insane as
Uh.
her own father.
Well. You could say that she told us we're on a mission to save the world, in some sort of capacity, and we're here to collect some stuff. I'm rubbing my hands like in a little nervousness because
Oh
I
god.
can't remember what Telemock did to me when he was still alive.
Well, you would know, due to your background, that Telemach was a very vicious Dragonlord. If the murals in the wall don't are an indication of that. Uh,
Go back off.
he was known for never really giving any quarter, to his enemies in battle. Uh, Between him and Esther Archelander himself, uh, Telemach was, responsible of a lot of the more worse massacres during the First War.
Hmm.
Uh, if anything, the fact that he can manifest himself as an undead should be indicative that something happened during his life that caused him to end up like this.
Yes, and that is why I'm a little nervous.
So he is.
How high above us is he again?
He's not above you guys. You guys are at the ground level with you guys, with him.
Oh, we're all okay. I was a little
Or-
confused.
It's
This is
just
We're not flying.
yeah, he's not hovering over the thing. He's not walking. He's just inside the room. Again,
Yeah, we're at
I would move
at
you.
his
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Yes, inside the room. I would move into the map, but I don't believe it's really like necessary to switch maps unless you guys are, gonna try to jump him. Uh, just for the reference, each of these sort of like like uh partitions that you see, this changes in elevation are around 15 or so feet tall.
Okay.
Uh, so as you say, oh yeah, we're here because we need to save the world, Derek. Telemach looks over, kind of side glances over to Juno and Lorius. Lorius immediately takes like a couple of steps back and kind of crouches a little behind the Exandri. And Telemach then says, "You claim to come save the world, and you travel in the company of these."
Farm animals, maybe, but there's a reason why.
Hmm.
This is pretty much a continuation of a fight against the Titans. So, yeah.
And so times have changed. Now even our own men side with these ones. It's all the same to me.
No. I can kill. I don't mind killing the dad, but I'll keep my wife You know? Oh yeah, and you know she's my wife now.
Talking about Versi or Siren. I was talking about the one that stands next to you right now. And he
Oh,
looks over at Juno.
You don't
oh
like Juno.
All
the
right,
fighting
fill us
cow
in a little bit
again.
about what terrible things I've done, because I kind of forget.
Wait, what did he say?
He just
What
doesn't
terrible
like that.
things have I done that he's?
He
You,
just how do we
yeah,
explain this?
He's a little.
you get the. I'll say no real insight check needed on here, but like you get the idea. He just doesn't like Minotaurs.
Oh, he's a little. He's a little. You know, I dealt with that. Don't worry, Juno. It's okay. I dealt with that before. It's okay. I mean, I probably still do, but still.
He stares at you, Juno, for like a good couple of seconds. Until he
Wait,
then.
is
Yeah, what were we gonna say?
Yeah.
this guy's a Dragonlord, right?
He was.
Is was he any chance he was responsible for the killing of my family and stuff?
No, yours happened a little
Mm,
bit too recently. Telemach was alive like 500 years ago. Like,
Oh, okay, cool.
when you know,
Except from back in Pumo or Derek's time.
yeah.
yeah.
He kind of his side kind of like lingers on you for a couple of seconds, Juno, until he then moves away and then
I
says,
mean,
"Oh,
if he's gonna keep uh focusing on me, then I guess I'm just gonna like kind of put my hands up, step back. I'll give you guys some space.
couple of steps." Telemach looks over at you, Derek, and says, "So what? Are you here because you seek a boon from me to take some of my treasured possessions as if they could assist you in your journey forward?"
Possible.
Now, Versailles told me I can get my stuff from here somewhere. I think. Did you think Xander has my stuff?
Most definitely. Sander, well, he died a bit later down the line, but through my own death, I managed to gain a glimpse of what transpired to him. Our fearless leader was felled with a mortal blow, but it didn't kill him right away. He was buried after dying around friends and family with many other possessions. Don't tell
Damn,
me
damn.
you're going to visit the old leader.
I'm gonna get a scolding or two. I'm pretty sure maybe even more.
Yeah,
She did tell me to stay away from Versailles, but yeah, I came to accept that I'm probably gonna get my. It's probably not gonna be anything crazy, but it's probably gonna hurt a lot.
right. You and Adonis were never the sharpest tools in the shed.
Okay, no, he was nice. He was a cool guy, but I had to be a little bit smarter. Come on, come on. Yeah, I think I was just a little bit, just a little bit more.
I think Matthias actually laughs. I think
Same.
he like is trying to hide some laughter at the constant insults being slung at Derek.
Shush, Metius, you don't know what you're talking about.
Tell you what, I'll give you something to help you on your journey forward. If you need it, of course. Under the condition that you are to bring it back to me once you're done using it.
Ooh.
Yes, that is what mostly I came here for. To in any way get forgiveness from all of you guys. I know what I did was stupid, and me leaving you guys fighting in a war, me disappearing might have changed. If I have never disappeared, it might have maybe changed the fact maybe you guys would still be alive for longer, maybe not falling during the conflicts, being left, maybe even lived a nice longer life. So I came here to pretty much just get ask for forgiveness from all of you guys. And if I die, I die. But at least you'll know that I attempted my best to atone for what I did. And for that, I'm still sorry.
Looks like this past 500 years have done wonders for your vocabulary. Fine. If you are indeed speaking as you say, and you mean it, take this with you. You see as he reaches back into the sarcophagus and pulls out what appears to be this. What at first you thought was a really weirdly shaped like weapon. But when the way he kind of like grabs it and wields it for like a couple of seconds before moving back to you guys, appears to be some shield.
Ooh.
However, it has like jagged edges. Well, it has edges first of all, which shields usually don't. Uh, it has like this weird sort of like jagged, like sharp edges around it, kind of like an Urukai shield, from Lord of the Rings. Has like this sort of like bent, serrated metal bits and pieces kind of like sticking out of it. Clearly a shield that was meant for both offense and defense. Kind of pass it over to you guys.
It's
I
mine.
guess,
Fine.
which one of you guys grabs it?
I grab it. Fine.
This, I used it to fell many an enemy in my time. Make sure to kill a couple with it using it. I want to be able to feel the joy of battle once again, even if it's not my hand that takes those lives.
Want a little fresh blood on it when I return it?
Derek can hit the broadside.
Be- better if it's
Drakgar, shut up.
from centaurs.
Got it.
Damn.
And he,
Thank you.
he has handed you what is, for all intents and purposes, a magical shield. There is no actual, extra additions to the AC. It provides the +2 AC from the regular shield, except you can use when you take the attack action. You can use a bonus action to make an attack with the shield, which deals 1d6 slashing damage plus
Slashing or
uh,
slashing, right? You said.
yeah, slashing plus your strength, or
Oh,
yeah. Uh, he kind of hands that over to you and says, "Now, if you don't mind, I need to get some beauty sleep." As he says, there's like a chunk of his cheek kind of falls off. And he, with a bit of a eerie chuckle that kind of echoes in the emptiness of the necropolis, kind of walks back to his sarcophagus. He lays back inside there, and strangely enough, even though he didn't actually do anything, the lid itself just kind of moves back in place.
Cool.
When
at
that
least this room
shield,
is so nice. See you later.
wouldn't that shield be better with me, Derek?
I will provide later at another time. Not right now, sir. I
Alright.
walk away for a bit, away from some distance, and just like bring the crew together real quick to tell them something.
All right, I gather around Derek.
Gather around real quick,
Boom, boom,
guys.
boom.
All right. So when whisper like at the lowest, but still kind of audible for everybody else. Okay, guys, I'm here to say sorry to everybody else, and if they give me something that could help us in our journey, I will gladly distribute to it. Distribute. Distribute. God damn it! These 500 years suck. I will gladly distribute it to everybody that seemed fit for said item.
Noted.
Give us an item and then put the trust on me. Because if I do die, y'all gotta give me y'all gotta return that. I think. Maybe.
Yes.
Certainly.
Yeah, I guess. So, I'll give you guys the items, but once this is all over, I'm gonna need them back. So don't lose them and don't break them. Because if they are lost and are broken, I'm going to die. And what that means, right? We all lose.
Mm-hmm.
So in the best interest that I give everybody something, don't break it, don't lose it, and when we win, we return it, it's over, we're all happy, go back to our lives, and I go back to being stuck in a bubble for 500 years. You good?
It sounds like a plan.
Alright then. On to the next tomb.
So,
I'll go.
which tomb do you? Oh, what were you gonna say, Drakgar?
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna say we should go to. Is this? Hold on. Is this one above ground, right? Or is this one just
Like up a slight,
like on another level? Or
yeah, like a slight elevation. I mean, for the purposes of time, we can say you guys walk there if you wish to choose that as your next one. Uh,
But we would have to walk up these big stairs where Balmetria's tomb is, right?
give me 1 moment because my fucking roll 20 is lagging like crazy.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, well, like it's just a 15-foot climb. You can definitely just like, you know, climb up, like hop back up if you wish to.
Hmm.
Like,
Okay.
or
Well,
is that the,
if we are going that way,
or
when
what's
I
what would
when
be
I
the next?
hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
Metius was saying something. What were you saying?
if we are going that way, then I want to just stop quickly by Damon and ask him if the state of undeath is a curse or a blessing or something in between. Like, why would these grand heroes be in a state of rotting but undeath?
Uh, Damon looks over at you, asking questions about the state of undeath, to which he looks over, and even though he doesn't have any flesh on his face left, he does kind of make like this. You feel that he makes like an expression in his face,
Yeah.
kind of like looking at you. He says, "Undeath is, well, for some, a decision. For others, a curse. In my case, I chose this fate. But Telemach Archelander and many others like him, their fate came about due to being cursed in their life. There are plenty of ways that a curse can manifest in others, and they don't necessarily have to be just one of the treachery or grave robbing, but rather, well, more, shall we say, vague curses. Truly, that subject is one that intrigues me most. And to answer your query, Telemacher Krelander may have been a Dragonlord, yes, but his actions during the First War were less than kind.
I see. Could a relatively regular person choose to become undead, such as yourself?
It is a long and arduous progress. And more often than not, it results in less than adequate results. Lichdom, like how I chose, took years and years of work.
Oh,
My soul no longer lies within my body, but rather within a artifact of sorts. One that I am, of course, not going to show you. And
I
as,
understand.
and as long as that artifact exists, I exist. Other forms of undeath can just simply happen by a dead body being buried in ground that has been considered desecrated or otherwise unhallowed.
All right, I appreciate the information. is there any sort of ritual or anything that we should be aware of when going deeper into this place, or as long as we're respectful, we should be fine?
Well, it'll depend of whether the spirit of the one in question is willing to answer or not. I mean,
Oh,
there are still many amongst the Dragonlords who weren't cursed with death. Those whose souls have already ascended beyond the veil of the material plane and have found peace. For those, it might be harder to contact them. Others have chosen to willingly manifest as spirits, whether because they have unfinished business or they merely wish to answer the prayers of those who, seek audience with them. It is entirely on their choice. Also, just to resolve what is happening on the chat real quick. Uh, I don't usually do like players stealing stuff from each other unless both parties are in agreement that they want that type of exchange. Just for clarification, unless you are okay with the idea of the shield being taken from you, Derek, I'm gonna say I can't really allow you, Drakgar, to do it at the moment.
I cry.
You lost anyway. Too big, too strong.
I appreciate you speaking to me on these matters, Damon. They seem to be something that I feel like most wouldn't even want to speak of. And I will courteously bow to him and go back to following Derek.
Okay. So where do you guys go next?
Should we go to the one up here since it's closest, or the one down the hall since it's on the same level?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking about actually closest, it would be Dorian's, right? But
Yeah, true.
but
I mean, like
Yeah.
I said, it's only like a 50-foot climb. You guys can
yeah.
definitely do that if you just give me like a successful check.
But is there any, and I'll ask this to Derek, is there any tomb, or I mean, I suppose if some of them live in undeath, I guess, is there any one of the dragon lords that you need to meet with immediately?
I'd rather just get over with and just meet with Xander. He's our fearless leader. Might as well
Would
just
you?
get chewed out by him right now than everybody else.
All right.
We also need to check on Estor or
Well, we don't really know. I mean, like, just I guess out of game, we don't really know. Even though they're labeled on the map, we don't actually
Oh yeah,
see.
true.
So we
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to just. I mean, like, unless we wanted to say we just went
Yes.
around and looked at them all, it doesn't matter.
You guys have plenty of time. You know, like
Yeah.
I never give you guys like a time limit here. Like you guys
Mhm.
are free to explore for however long you want to around the necropolis. Before like entering Sander's tomb and trying to retrieve the gear.
I could check them all, but what do you guys
Well,
think?
like I said, I'd rather get myself chewed out by my leader than get chewed out by everybody else.
Matt,
Exandria, I didn't say hello. Hello, welcome back. They all just to catch you up on what happened. The party already interacted with the tomb of Telemach Archelander. They met his an undead. What's the term? Yeah, like an undead version of him that rose from the from the tomb. He handed Derek a shield that can be also used as a weapon.
That he can't use because he's.
Oh,
Are you
sir,
proficient in shields, Derek?
I'm just holding them on for right now.
Okay, gotcha.
Calm down, everybody, calm down.
No, I was
Yeah.
just it was a legit question. It was about
he
the
doesn't
Only
take
weapon
his
is simple: short sword, rapier, long sword, hand crossbow, and that's it.
okay. So yeah, just
Just calm down, guys.
for mechanical purposes, when wielding a piece of armor that you are not proficient with, I believe your movement speed is reduced. I'm gonna need to double check that though, but otherwise you guys can continue talking things out.
Yes, I'm gonna run away from the place where my whole brother is dead. Seems
if there is a chance that Xander is going to try to kick you out of here. Maybe we don't go there first, but it's up to you.
I mean, if the off chance, all right. Why do you guys think I can't handle my leader and you won't chew me out and kick us out of here?
I can take him.
After I disobeyed him.
I mean, you're alive, he's dead. Kind of makes sense to probably visit him last.
Yeah.
That is an excellent point.
All right. The next tomb, I guess. That's.
And if we're being honest
Correct.
here, every time Derek's done something, we almost died. So maybe if we're really thinking about it, might not be good to go to Xander first, because then he might be plotting
Look,
to get us
I'm not.
killed.
I'm. Look, you're not the one here doesn't get chewed at. Okay, it's gonna be me. I'm gonna take the full blunt of the insults here. Okay.
Kairos,
And
Are
I'm
you?
But it still affects us because if he attacks you, we all get cursed for not assisting you. So therefore, we might as well walk around and pay our respects to all of the fallen Dragonlords, and then just make our way up to him,
All
wherever
right.
he
All
may
right.
be.
okay.
All right.
Kyra will sort of like chime in for a moment and say, "All right, everybody. I take it everybody is really happy with the dunking on Derek here. Let's not forget that you guys are a team first and foremost.
Mm-mm.
team.
You guys are a team first and foremost. When one of you shares success, everybody shares success. When one of you fails, everybody does so as well.
Yeah.
Let's reach an understanding and say that one day all of your shortcomings, and I'm talking about everybody here, not singling anybody out, one day all of your shortcomings will be, well, assisted by the people around you, your allies, your friends. Ooh, I'm gonna write all of this down actually. And she kind of pulls out a parchment and begins to like scribble there.
Loris, get on it. Come on.
Oh, yes, of course. He kind of pulls out his own.
Oh my god.
Just gonna.
The command.
Wasn't Metius also rewriting stuff and he just stopped writing?
I actually have things written down physically in an actual notebook. I just haven't put it in the Discord, but I do have things written here. I'll
I
put
was
them
like,
in
oh,
there.
like usually beforehand, like when we started the game, you would like write, like you pretend you were writing. You would say, "I'm writing this down." You haven't said that in a bit. I don't know if your
I
character was
write
still
down
actually writing.
I write down things of like research value, whether that is historical or lore or of the world. I would not write down Kairos platitudes, I don't think.
If Derek
But
has yet.
all
He's
right.
gone 5 minutes without killing us. Sounds super suspicious.
So,
super sus.
you guys approach the next tomb over. Much like the previous one, this one also has the sort of like a warning threat, however you want to interpret it, of death awaits those who disturb this warrior. You can assume this is a message you're going to be seeing on almost pretty much every of the tombs. This one over here that you're approaching, what's it called? Is marked with a different name, obviously. The name of Dorian Nordigon. It has a little subtitle there. It also says Oathsworn of Valus.
Oh,
This one is actually open. The marble slab like entrance is actually left partially ajar. You can
Oh,
actually
that doesn't
see
sound suspicious.
the inside of it. I will say, you guys actually saw some of you, those of you who weren't talking with Telemachar Calendar directly, you guys actually saw Damon approach this one with the necklace. You see as well. Do you pick in? Do any of you pick in through the door?
Yeah.
before I enter, I'm going to again offer a silent prayer to Valus and also to Dorian.
And I'm gonna try to remember who the heck Dorian is.
You actually don't know,
I also pray.
Listen,
Derek. This name isn't. Well, it has the last name Nurdegan, So you assume he's probably one of Adonis's descendants or relatives.
Yeah, I guess.
But you don't actually remember this name. You believe that this guy may have come like way after you.
Like, wow. Adonis actually had a kid. Who knew? I remember he's the slyest. God damn, he pulls all the chicks.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make a joke. I'm sure his dad's gonna kill me as well.
Uh, Metius, you make another prayer for Valus. This time around, you don't feel a chill.
Oh,
Chills.
okay.
But you do feel, a faint sensation. Exandri. Actually, both of you make me a religion check.
Sure.
I'm here just trying to remember everything. Using my small brain. Ooh, nat 20.
Okay.
So you knew. So you knew.
All right. Exandri, could you also make me a? There we go.
Close enough.
Damn, crazy.
Both were 20.
Prayage.
The
Prayage.
This is why I find religion kind of weird. Why it uses intelligence instead of wisdom, because it leads to a situation like this, where the cleric somehow rolls lower in religion than the wizard.
I just read more books about religion, I guess.
So
Are you sure your Hey Dagger, are you sure your sister's religious?
so you guys need to make a prayer to Valus. You don't feel, the chill that Metius felt back at the Tomb of Tillamook. However, you do feel this weird sort of like warmth sensation almost. Uh, in fact, I'll say you, Exandri, since you actually are a cleric, you would sort of connect this or equate rather this sensation to one that you would have one you would feel when you walk into like a like consecrated ground, like in a temple or anything like that. You, Metius, uh, upon making this prayer to Valus, you are kind of reminded, or at the very least, you believe you've heard of the name of Dorian Nurdegan. It is, as far as you can, or you're aware, and I'll say both of you are aware of this because you both roll 20 and higher. You would both know that, yes, he's indeed from a line of, Dragonlords that descended from Adonis Nurdegan. But historical records indicate that he is actually the last of his family line who donned the mantle of a Dragonlord. Everybody else who's descended after him was no longer one.
All right, excellent.
So do you guys peek inside?
Yes.
All right.
I'm going to.
I cautiously go inside.
I'll follow Drakgar.
What you will see inside this time, there takes a little bit less effort to actually move the slab, seeing as it was already, opened. You see this thick layer of soot that kind of darkens the floor and the walls of the tomb. Uh, there is a somewhat ornate-looking sarcophagus that is in the center of the room, carved in the likeness of a young-looking man. Uh, the lid is currently closed, but it's just a little bit off angle to the point where you think that it was once open, like a moment ago, or some time ago. Along the suit that is on the ground, there is visible footprints, perhaps indicating that this place has been, visited on the past. Here is the image for the tomb.
Does it look like the so does it look like the footprints are pretty recent or
Make me a survival check.
They're gonna die.
That's very dirty.
Scab.
They do not look recent.
Okay.
These ones were here like a couple of days ago at best.
And do they lead outside of the tomb, or is
Yes,
there like?
the orientation, the kind of the footprints go, does seem to indicate that they lead back outside the tomb. However, once it reaches the threshold, and they exit out into the necropolis proper, it seems like the suit that may have been on on whoever it was that walked past, was sort of like shaken off, and you know, the trail seems to disappear. Well, not quite disappear, but at least not to be too noticeable. With the suit on it.
Oh, it like fades like over here-ish, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll say, because you did roll 21, I'll say that you can tell that the trail, kind of the way before it disappears, seems to be heading this direction, like towards the exit of the necropolis.
Well, Damon floats,
So yeah, it's probably not Damon.
and it must have been, it must have belonged to, these footprints must belong to Klaus.
I was about to say they could have belonged to Klaus.
Yeah.
Or, wait, when you rolled your survival check, did you perceive if the tracks were newer or older?
Yeah, I asked if they were newer.
They
They
were a
said they
couple
were
of days old or something.
Should we talk to Damon, see if he saw anybody come by?
Well, the necklace is returned, so
Oh,
I can't imagine that it matters. But the tomb is clearly in a state of disturbance.
is the
And
necklace still there?
Well, you don't know because the lid is on the, this has been placed back up on top of the sarcophagus.
I'll check the English. I'll check it and see if it's still there or if someone's took it again.
You cannot walk into the tomb itself, and immediately, well, the patches that are still covered in soot, in stain. Does Dragon wear shoes or sandals or anything like that?
Uh, yeah, I'd say just regular shoes.
They begin to kind of stain your footwear, and you leave behind like the prints, not obviously bigger, but similar to the ones that you already saw on the ground. You walk up to the sarcophagus and proceed to push the lid a little bit, and you do see that, well, inside the sarcophagus, there is a dead body. Well, like obviously long, like aged, damn near turning to dust. Has no head. Uh, but you do notice that around the neck area, there is that same sort of like goldish looking necklace with a red bead on it, that you identify as the same necklace that Klaus had.
Okay, so it looks like whoever was here didn't take the necklace again, but the head
well,
is gone.
just remember, Damon took the necklace from me and released me from the curse. So I assume Damon would have placed it back.
Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, right. The footprints are older. Never mind.
Yes. So the question, we know for a fact, like, we're not taking anything from here because we'll get cursed. The question is, do we spend some time cleaning this up as a show of respect? I have prestidigitation, and I will just wave my hand, and clear a little bit of the suit away from the sarcophagus. And I'll continue. I do have this little cantrip, prestidigitation. It wouldn't take me a ton of time, excuse me, but if you could realign the door after and the sarcophagus, I think it would be
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I'll put the sarcophagus back together, and then
How long do you think it would take me, DM, to clean up the sarcophagus?
What is the
What-
area that the cleaning of presentation covers?
I will check. I think it's like a 5-foot square. Let me check
It-
real quick.
did the footprints look like human
Oh,
or
one
humanish,
cubic
or
foot. 1 cubic foot.
Footprints do look human. 1 cubic foot every 6 seconds. It'll, probably take you. It'll take you a bit because the tomb itself is not like obviously it's not like a big room, but it is big.
Well, just the sarcophagus itself.
Uh, I'll say it'll take you like a little bit, under a minute.
Okay, I'll spend a minute or two cleaning it up, and then I'll leave the tomb.
Can I ask, does the tomb look like there was money in there? Like it's pretty
Mm,
nice.
The only thing left inside the sarcophagus was the necklace.
So I'm guessing. I'm just asking since like maybe. Well, if it's his son, then I'm pretty sure could probably left a little nicer,
don't
a
touch
little
it?
nicer tomb. Shush.
You
Maybe
saw what
don't
happened to
touch
the
it, or-
last guy.
Yeah, he didn't kill me, even though you probably could have easily. Probably you too.
The
I
last
think
guy
he
got
meant Klaus, who was cursed.
Yeah, well, it's Klaus's fault for that doing that. So it couldn't.
So other than spending a couple of minutes there cleaning the tomb, there doesn't seem to be particularly anything else of note here. Where do you guys go next?
uh
Just
Well,
go
I'm
to
going
the
to make
next
my
one.
way
So
over to the next tomb
yeah.
in,
that guy's-
Gregor.
on the side here.
All right.
Oops, my thingy wasn't right, but yeah, I'm doing that
move
same one.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna move everybody else there. Hold on.
Dragonlord should be up in front. Just saying.
So you move over to the next tomb. Again, same warning as before in the on the front of it. You see an inscription. However, the name says Gregor Huruath, Oathsworn of Valus. The last name immediately jumps out at you guys, Huruath. It is the same last name as Xander, the leader of the original Dragonlords.
Ooh,
Could indicate that it's perhaps a descendant of his.
I can tell.
Unlike the last ones, this one doesn't have a door. Just straight up leads into the actual tomb, which you notice doesn't actually have a sarcophagus. Instead, what you see are murals that are painting on the walls and on the ceiling. Seem to tell a story of sorts, in parts. Those of you who walk into the tomb, if anybody,
I'm the first one in. I should be the first one in.
okay, you walk into the tomb. You would see that the story is told in, like this weird order. The first few murals show a young man traversing islands and waters, presumably around the land of Thalia. It shows his adventures, fighting that he took part in. But the last panel, uh, hold on. Oh, is the text a little bit too hard to read on the screen? If so, I'll try and change the color of
Yellow.
I just can't read it when people are literally on top of the text.
Gregor Hurth.
it.
It's Greg.
Uh,
Name is Greg.
Dwarves, now they're behind, they're in front of text. There we go.
Thank you.
Right. Uh,
His name is Greg.
where was I? Oh yeah. The last panel doesn't show an image of the young man. Instead, it shows what appears to be a female form with a sad-looking expression, as if grieving, looking across like an ocean that looks like storms have begun to brew up. At the very center of the tomb lies what appears to be where the sarcophagus would be. Lies a single flower that, strangely enough, seems like it hasn't wilted, even though you're probably not sure how long it's been since it was placed there. Here is the image.
Whoa.
Whoa, it looks just like my boat.
Interesting.
Is that
Interesting.
boat the Ultros?
It
Hmm.
kind of looks like it.
And that.
You I'll say no real religion check needed, Metius. When you begin making a prayer for Gregor Huroth, whoever this man may have been, there is, unlike previous times where you know for a fact there was a presence, whether within the tomb itself or around it. You don't feel anything here. It's as if this place nobody really bothered to sanctify it, as it were. Probably because, well, as you can see, as you can see there, there's no body. If the panels are anything to go by, you believe that perhaps this Gregor's body was just
Lost at sea,
precisely.
of course.
Gregor. Hmm.
Again, Derek, this is not a name you recognize.
I know, but makes me, by looking at the murals and looking at the lady sobbing by the water, it makes me think. I ponder that while I walk to the next tomb, I believe.
What if his what if he's still trapped on the actual Ultros?
Oh, yeah, yes. He could be cursed with Estor.
Yeah. They're related, right?
No.
Well,
This is
Huroath is Sanders' last name, which was the leader of the original Dragonlords.
a boss.
Estor's last name is Archilander, so they're
Okay.
probably not related.
But I mean, the mural is of possibly of the Ultros.
It
Pumo said it was his ship. It looked familiar, so more than likely it is the Ultros.
it does kind of look like the image that is associated with the Ultras. You're not 100% sure if it's the same ship or one that just happened to look like it.
Makes me think.
Hopefully, he's not lost at sea, cursed on a ghost ship.
Well, to be honest, guys, if unless that flower is recent, there's something in this room that's keeping this flower pretty much not dead or not wilt away. So there must be something in this room.
I'll cast detect magic.
Ritually,
And
or using a spell slot.
no, I actually have it prepared. So I'll use a spell slot.
Okay.
Is the flower magical?
You can choose to still ritually cast them if you have repair.
Yeah, but
I would ritually cast it. We're not fighting
Yeah,
anything, so there's no point in wasting a spell slot.
does it? Would you remind me how much time that will take?
10 minutes.
Just a minute.
Yeah, ritually casting a spell adds 10 minutes to the spell's casting time.
Okay.
Just take it. Just do it.
Well, if you don't mind waiting 10 minutes, then I could ritually cast it.
I'll just look at these murals and just think, why does this look weird?
All
I
right.
gotta remember something.
So I'll begin ritually casting detect magic.
10 minutes pass. And after Detect Magic activates, and will remain so for the next, I believe, the last 10 minutes in of itself. Uh, you do pick up some degree of magic from the from the flower itself. Transmutation, to be more specific. Uh, I'll say right now, the magic signature that it pinks isn't strong enough to indicate to you that it is like a magical item that holds some power,
Hmm.
but as if it was just enchanted in some way, shape, or form. Perhaps that is precisely the effect that is keeping it from wilting.
Seems like there's a weak enchantment on the flower itself that's preventing it from decaying. I I don't detect any magic from the tomb.
Alright. It just seems odd, that's all. This whole room seems odd.
Maybe it has something to do with.
How
Maybe it's
you
a sign
ditched
that
them
he's.
at war and you lived and they died?
Yep.
Shh. Shush.
Oh, just
My,
saying.
oh,
Odds are
you
in our
can't.
favor.
You guys could do it other times, okay? This is the Dragonlord's time to reduce my mental, okay?
Is
Let
this
you
just a
guys.
slope up?
Yeah, it's just a slope. It's not like too strenuous of a climb or anything.
Raise it to the top, guys.
I just fly all the way there.
That's
Amazing.
That's cheating.
Cheating! Cheating! Cheater! Hey, Drakgar, get back here.
So same as before. Death awaits those who disturb the warrior's rest. You see as this tomb is marked under the name of Mirto the Magnificent, or Mitro the Magnificent. So the pronunciation is always really weird when it comes to this type of words. Uh, no Oathsworn of anything title underneath his name. However, you do see that unlike the previous ones, this tomb is built a little bit more shallow. Like the room itself doesn't go that deep, or at least you don't think so, due to the shape the door at the front has. Uh, you do notice that just above the entrance of the tomb, like on top of the slope that you guys see on the map, which I forgot to place down, you see two uh, identical-looking statues of a young man. Somewhat handsome features, kind of made out of what looks like gray marble almost. Well, my bad. They're clay. The door is made out of marble. Uh, you can't. Obviously, this much like the previous ones, or at least the Telemox one. This door is fully closed, so you can't actually see the inside of the tomb.
Should I attempt to open the door?
You can. I will say no real athletics check needed because you have plenty of time to, uh, force it open, shall we say. Uh, Inside, you will see that there is a sarcophagus in the middle that appears to also be uh, done out of marble, much like the door that you just opened. There's an image on top of the sarcophagus that is carved in a similar likeness to the two statues that are above the entrance. Uh, there is also a lot of murals around the tomb. Seem to depict this man, Mirtho, the Magnificent, as a man of immense wealth. There is inlays of gold, silver, precious stones that glitter and glint on all the murals on the walls, which is a sharp contrast to the otherwise a gray landscape that is the necropolis.
What's that? What were the two images of the statues again?
It just seems to be like the likeness of this young man. Oh, I forgot. I didn't I didn't show you the image.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Okay.
So yeah, there's like Like if within the very walls of this tomb, there's like gold and jewels and silver, kind of like inlaid within the murals themselves.
Dang.
So what do you guys do?
I do a prayer like usual because everybody still deserves their respects, even though this guy clearly looks like he's full of himself.
Derek, do you
So
happen to know what it means, other than the obvious, to be oath sworn to a god?
who'd you ask that to?
Derek?
Eric.
Derek, are you here?
Okay, we'll come back to that in a bit.
I'll say, if Derek doesn't say anything, Kara will speak up and say, I can answer that for him if you want to.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Well, long story short, someone being oath sworn to one of us five gods is the equivalent of making, well, like you would imagine, an oath, primarily one of service to us. Many people, of course, do that over their lifetimes, but the Dragonlords were a special case. Uh, when they made a oath to any of us, well, they were essentially duty bound for life to well serve us. It is something that many of the Dragon Lords, both the original ones and the ones that came after them, started doing uh, on a more regular basis that you might expect.
Interesting.
All right.
Really, it's an oath that carries more weight in life than it does in death.
Is there significance to this dragon lord not being oath sworn,
It just
or at least not being marked as one?
it just means that he never found any of us that he would thought appropriate to make an oath to. Of
Hmm.
course, I'm not going to force anybody into making oaths with any of us five gods. That's something that, well, all of you mortals have to decide on your own.
So we didn't have to swear an oath to proceed with our prophecy?
Oh, no, that oath was sworn to you guys, to each other. That wasn't sworn to me. The oath of fellowship is one that you guys do to each other for the purposes of, well, standing by each other's side throughout all of
Hmm.
this adventure. This isn't one that is made to me as one of the five gods. Well, of course, I can swear an oath to you guys. In fact, you remember Pythor? He did swore an oath of service to you guys to, well, house you as long as you were within the city.
That's correct.
But, well, at no point he forced you to make one to him.
Hmm. Park.
So, well, in long story short, to be oath sworn to a god means that you are pledging to follow that specific god for the rest of your life.
Oh, it's for your whole life. Okay.
And can you choose more than one?
Sounds like marriage. But
She can like side eyes Derek. And
I almost backhanded him.
Oh
uh,
my.
I'll do it for you.
and she and she says, "Well, you could, but uh, well, even though all of us five gods are in the same side, well, our views tend to differ from one another. So if someone was to swear an oath to two different deities, well, that'll cause a little bit of complications if at any point we were to, find us at odds with each other."
Oh, well, can't wait to meet the rest of my uncle's dogs then.
Well, she kind of does like
Uh-oh.
this weird sort of like expression in her face, so she's like, sure.
yikes.
I'll just be like, uh-oh, that doesn't look good.
Well, I mean, you already met, like a good part of us. You met my brother, your Pythor. You've met my father, Vulcan, perhaps, and well, my older sister, Valus. She's currently somewhere in Mitros. Uh, and well, you already know of Mitra, or my mom. She's of
How
course no longer walking amongst us, amongst the mortals, but she still watches from up above.
does she have a tomb here?
Oh, no, us gods. Well, upon she didn't actually die per se. She ascended to a higher plane of existence.
Oh,
Once a god decides to give up their mortal form and ascend, well, they're not able to manifest here anymore. They, according to the stories I've heard, it means that they have important matters to attend to.
oh, well, wait, would that make, does that make her out of game? That makes her my grandma?
I mean, if you want to look at it that way.
That's a weird family tree, okay? I was just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Well, sad I didn't get to meet her before she ascended to greatness, or whatever her calling is up wherever.
Uh,
But,
Dark.
she kind of does like this sort of like weak smile, and she nods along.
question, Auntie Kyra.
No, I still don't like it.
I know you don't, but it means your family, and it means you're loved, and I like it. I know you don't like it, but maybe one day you'll miss it.
I will say you haven't. Well, there isn't a lack of interesting things while you're around. And well, I am keeping a record of most of this, of what's happening. I will definitely have to come back to, well, any of you really, for a little bit more in-depth details.
Well, uh, I'm happy you're on this journey with us.
She kind of nods and says, "All right. Well, it's not like the journey's over yet. There's still places you all must go and things you must do. And I shall be right here, behind you
She's so
guys,
dumb.
at a safe
She
distance."
walks up to her and gives her a hug before continuing on.
Okay, well, I guess this is happening now.
Listen to me, guys. Hold up.
She just kind of
It's just like that one house scene when
she hugs you back, and then
Weird.
she continues following along behind you guys. Where are you?
I'm just flying. I'm just flying everywhere.
Where are?
that's cheating.
We're walking over to
Trader.
that big tomb of
Cheating.
Belmetria.
Not cool.
So
Wow, this tube's huge.
immense, bigger at least at first glance than any of the other tombs you guys have seen so far.
Hey,
Uh,
look over there's Xander.
there is this one seems to have been completely sealed up. That
Oh,
door, I'll say, even you, Drakgar, you don't believe you'll be able to move it. Uh, However, you do see what appears to be the antechamber, I suppose you could say, of the entrance of this sort of like pyramid-like structure that has been constructed for Balmithria. Uh, there is a, kind of made out of like this pristine, sort of like white marble, uh, you know, supported by these pillars that almost look like serpentine in make. Uh, you realize that those serpentine patterns you see are actually the imagery of dragons. You do see the interior of the, the kind of like this all sort of antechamber. That seems to be made easily accessible. However, anything beyond that antechamber, you can tell is locked by, or blocked rather, by this massive, like marble blocks that dwarf any of the other doors you've seen so far. You see even that the art inside the walls of the antechamber of the tomb's interior uh, are also not quite like any of the other images you've seen on the other tombs. Uh, it depicts the images of 5 dragons, 1 silver and 4 bronze. There is warriors mounted on top of each of those dragons.
You said 4 silver and how many bronze?
1 silver, 4 bronze, the other way around.
Sounds like Immortals rank games.
I see how it is.
Damn, that was racist.
Damn. Anyway, the the one of the mosaics inside the area seem to depict sort of like this large coastland that you believe is still Tylea, where the bronze dragons are kind of flying overhead. The silver one is landed on the ground. Uh, it's almost as if it's depicting like the first interaction of these dragons with like humans or humanoid creatures. Uh, a couple of those mosaics also seem to depict the creation of large cities. As I now show you the image.
Whoa. Don't touch
And this is
anything.
what we see through the door, but we can't get in.
No, like I said, this is the you can get into the actual mausoleum. This is the antechamber that you can enter. That's you can enter this place and see what I just described. It just seems that at the far back of this place, uh, whatever other progress there could have been made to look like actually enter the tomb proper or the mausoleum proper, is blocked by like this massive like marble pillars or blocks rather.
Is that mountain, that like mountainous image in the center
Mm-hmm.
of the mosaic? Does it kind of look like when we were coming up here?
Not actually.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like obviously it's a little bit too artistically
Yeah.
like you're not quite sure if it's supposed to even depict like a specific place, or
Mhm.
just in general be like a like a landscape, of some place.
Right.
But yeah, that's what you will see in the sand chamber. Uh,
Awesome.
Other than that, you can't see much of anything here. However, I'll say, Exandri and Metius, because you guys seem to be praying everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
You,
Bridge.
you guys will feel that there's a heavy, like sensation. Uh,
Chills.
yeah, not really chills, but more like it's like how you would feel when you're like if you were like a religious person and you walk into like a important temple to your faith.
Right.
Like this is you feel like this pressure almost like
The
Yeah.
Holy Spirit.
merely standing into this antechamber.
Um, can I look at Kyra and unfortunately Derek and ask if either one of them could tell us a little bit more about uh this tomb or the person who lays within it? Valmitria?
Well,
The dragon.
Derek, you would know that Mitria was not a person but a dragon. It was Sanders' dragon companion.
Was she the silver one?
She was very pretty, yes.
She was
So shiny.
she was indeed a silver dragon.
She was
Was
the prettiest dragon you would ever see. Like
was she the size of this tomb, or is this
Oh.
bro, you would.
or is this many dragons? Like, because it seems very sealed, right? Um,
Does appear to be tightly sealed.
so the question is like, is this just a grand statement to the loss of a deep friend, or was the dragon actually this large?
I'll say Derek. You would know that it wasn't this large. It was pretty
Okay.
big. Like around, compared to you guys, it's like around this size.
Okay.
This big.
Maybe a little bit smaller, but yeah. Uh, you know,
The
it
game's
it was
lagging. God dang it.
like pretty big. You would know that, Derek.
Still pretty big. They're bigger than us, of course, but still, she was still shiny.
Interesting.
And she died, correct?
Are you asking me?
That I don't know.
I'm asking whoever knows the answer.
I mean, that
That I
anybody who feels like they would know, roll me a history check.
Can I also roll a history check, I guess?
Sure.
I love history. I'm an
Anything
expert.
about dragons?
Hold on, let me roll mine. Oh, Metius didn't know. So sad. Never mind. I don't know nothing. My memory's still fuzzy. No, I was there.
Exandria. Legends, stories scattered through time, will say that Balmitria's death was a very important event in the First War. It is said that Balmitria gave her life defending Xander, Horath, and the other Dragonlords against an advance that was led by the very Titans themselves. Stories say that she faced Siren and Luteria head on, and of course, well, lost her life for it. Uh, some theories say that the reason why this tomb is the size that it is because, and this is where the outlandish theories come from, is because the Titans themselves, through sheer respect of Valmitria's actions, made it so that this tomb is that big.
Oh.
She was so pretty though.
Shall we move on to the next
You do see that
tomb?
Kyra is looking at the tomb like very with a saddened expression on her face.
She's so Auntie's not sad.
You said what?
So Kyra doesn't look sad.
I said she does. She does look sad.
Oh,
There's
she does.
a saddened expression in her face.
Kyra, I know she was pretty. I love the dragon too. She'd give us rides just to have fun. Sometimes.
What?
Right in the back of the dragon.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Dragger.
Kyra,
I've never seen
did
a
you
dragon
know
in
her?
my life.
What do you say, Alexandri?
I said, Auntie Kyra, did you ever get to meet her?
Well, the time of the First War was a hectic time for us gods. But yes, I knew Valmitria. She was, well, it seems like she had a very deep bond with the Satyr Horath. They seemed inseparable, or at least everybody hoped they were inseparable.
Do dragons speak?
Yes, they are thinking creatures. They can talk. Whenever they go to well, whenever they grow up and reach a certain level of age, they, well, can think for themselves. They talk. They can communicate. Some even like, well, way down the line, will acquire abilities that are, some would say, innately magical. It is, well, they are strange creatures.
It certainly seems like that.
They are both evil and good for dragons in this world. Though I suppose that tends to be a matter of nature versus nurture. Legends of worlds beyond the boundaries of Dylea speak of ancient dragon deities that exist somewhere in the multiverse. But, well, it is hard to say whether their influence applies here as well.
I think I'm probably writing. Metius was probably writing a lot of this down as well.
Can I look closer into the tomb again and that picture of all 5 dragons?
Yes. What are you trying to gain out of it?
There were 7 of us. We all had dragons. Why is there only 5? Remember, one of us disappeared beforehand. Which means that maybe... Where's my dragon? Why isn't my dragon on the picture?
You're not worthy.
Madge. Derek is visibly upset. Only 5 dragons. There were 7 of us. We all had 7 dragons individually.
Well,
Only
maybe
5
you were a
personally.
deserter, so they labeled your dragon as a deserter.
No,
Ooh.
not deserted because I was taken.
You
I was
went willingly, don't lie.
I was forcibly taken.
You enjoyed it. There's a difference.
I enjoyed the first time, not the time when I got tied up after that. I mean, that was still good, but still. Madge, I'm gonna talk to Xander about it if he actually wants to listen to my what I'm gonna complain about.
But I do have to say, good observation. But still.
But all 7 dragons were so close.
Apparently not.
Well, that leaves your
Oh,
dragon
well.
out and another one as well.
Yeah, me.
So who's missing?
Is Derek smart enough to tell the difference between the murals to figure out whose dragons are missing from the mural?
Because each dragon was so pretty. Miss, I've never seen a dragon in my life.
Make me a, what would this be? Investigation check, Derek.
Can you do it at advantage because none of us believe that he has a dragon?
Even with a 10, you think you can actually spot what is missing here, or rather, who is missing. The mural, as far as you're aware, depicts the dragons that were the companions of, well, obviously of Sander Horath, which is, which is Belmitra's companion. The one that belonged to Estor Calander, to Adonis Nerdigon, to Ryson Phobus, and to Telamon Calander.
Whose dragons were on there?
Well, this is what I'm telling Derek knows. Well, shares this information with you, like,
Okay, and then I'll say it looks like Andos's dragon, Estor's dragon, Rezon's dragon, Telamoc's dragon, and Xander's. So that leaves Justinian? Justinian? That must be her. She was a weird girl, that's for sure. Can't believe they would leave her out, even though she did disappear. Then leaves me. I don't know. Did they do this on purpose?
Let's assume that you were a deserter and your dragon was labeled as a deserter. So that would leave this mysterious girl and why her dragon's not on there.
No, because my dragon stayed put. She
But
stayed with the other
whether or
dragons.
not they labeled you in one way, what about this other? What about this other Dragon Lord? What do you know of them?
She was weird, that's for sure. She kept to herself a lot.
Did she die
Quiet
with
person.
them?
No, she disappeared somehow. We it was one of those nights we were out partying before a big fight, and her stuff was missing. We're about to rendezvous before we went to bed, and all her stuff was missing.
What was her name one more time, please, for notes' sake?
Jasenia, Jasena,
Thank you.
Ventrek,
Always
Ventrek,
the track.
Ventrek. Yeah,
Okay.
can't believe it, man. My dragon was better looking than Jasenia's, at least.
Well, what if their dragons were never recorded as dead?
Ooh.
Yes,
But the
exactly.
thing is, all the dragons were together.
Yeah, but it sounds like the dragons didn't die together. It sounds like, what if
Maybe
Yesenia's dragon and your dragon just outlived the people recording the dragons dying?
they
Exactly.
went to look.
Astute observation.
Or what if all of the Dragonborn died and your dragon and Yesenia's dragon were the only two left alive and was no longer having any Dragonborn masters? They just naturally flew away to go live a life of dragons, whatever that may be.
I don't know.
So
It just seems odd.
there's a chance that your dragon is still alive somewhere.
Maybe they were all kind of young, you could say. They're so almost full size.
I mean, and then there's also worse scenarios, like the other team captured them.
If the way that they died
Might be
was
sleeping with the
known,
fishes.
well, if the way
No,
that they
don't you say
died
that
was
and smack
known,
you,
then I'm sure
Drakgar.
that they would have been honored in some way. But the two of you, the two Dragon Lords that disappeared, willingly or not, don't seem to have been included. So maybe this is something that you can ask Xander about, assuming that they want to speak to us.
It
And or he doesn't want to chew me out and maybe not let me say a single word.
Well, with whatever they say to you, whatever he decides, angrily or not, definitely try to take it with a degree of grace.
I'm doing it with you guys already. What do you think? You guys think I can't?
That was nobody said or implied that.
it
Y'all thought about it though.
Uh, I,
Certainly not.
I think you can do it, Mr. Derek, says Lori. Lori at the back.
Fucking
low
Laura.
key, I have no
Thanks,
clue
Loris.
what Derek even said. So
Derek just
Shush. This is my people's tomb, not yours.
uh,
Uh, uh,
Alright, up to the next one.
Speaking of that, am I like even allowed to walk through here? I know the warden, the guardian, said that I could, but I don't know. I still feels like I'm inadequate. Says Lori. Says you guys are walking. We're doing that still.
no,
Don't worry,
Loris, you're
you're
doing
good.
just
Come
fine.
on, let's go.
you're fine, buddy. It's they'll just get mad at me, not you. Don't worry about it.
If you ever have anything to input, also feel free to do so.
Oh,
Any
And then I'll take the
questions? I'm
bullets.
sure we'll be able to answer some of them at least.
oh,
Like if you guys have any some bizarre dragon stories of some dragons that you know about that might help depict dragons disappearing, feel free.
I've never, ran into any dragons myself, so I don't know. Sorry. I
Dragonborn,
I
fine.
guess I could take this as inspiration for my poems and write something down. I'll in fact I'll get to doing that in a moment. He kind of pulls out like some piece of parchment. Uh, Kyra looks at him like I like walk by us. He kind of like goes over to the side, just kind of writing down, and she says, "He's good," and she kind of walks over the rest of you guys.
Coach Mateus, goddamn.
Absolutely perfect.
Andrew's on top of the roof. He's on top. She's on top of the pyramid. Oh my
You're talking
god.
to Alexandri. Uh,
She's a jump.
She can't fly.
I'm flying. I'm just flying around and observing the tomb to make sure, like, besides just normal wear and tear.
no,
There
no,
there's a
Wolf
weird ass wall right here.
no discernible entry points. Oh yeah, the fucking it's for some reason the dynamic lighting walls are still there and make it so you guys can't move past them.
It's so weird. I was like, what? There's like a barrier right here.
Yeah, my
Is
bad.
that a tomb I
Let me
see?
let me get rid of that actually.
That tomb right there.
There we
He just flies around the tomb and checks to see, make sure it doesn't look like anyone's ever broken into it or disturbed it.
Yeah, like I said, besides the like wear and tear from like years and years, there doesn't seem to be any discernible entryways or openings.
I go back off the door.
So as you guys
Your door.
approach the next door, well, as is usual, death waits only who would, disturb this warrior. Yada yada yada. The name reads as Isidore Hurath. Uh, there
There's a door.
is a no like this tomb, however, you notice that this one has been taken care of greatly, even just from the outside, from looking at the door. You can tell there's been effort made to maintain this one.
Must have been the favorite.
There is a what's it called? This weird sensation you feel around it. Your detect magic is still up, right, Matthias? I don't think that 10 minutes have passed yet.
If it hasn't, then
I will say you still have your detect magic up, and you will detect that there is a veil of abjuration magic on this tomb.
all right. As soon as I sense that, I will tell the party that I sense a protection, some kind of protection magic on this tomb that I didn't detect on the other ones.
Can we very carefully observe the tomb without like trying to disturb it to see if there's any type of sigil
Uh,
that were carved into it that would create this magic constantly?
uh, I'll say you, you wouldn't be able to. There is a veil of abjuration, yes, but there is no visible sigil. Uh, you think maybe if there is any, they were carved on the inside of the tomb.
Maybe this one we don't touch. Do you know who this is, Derek?
Well, it looks like it might be one of Xander's offspring. So I'm guessing this must have been the favorite child.
I'll say you can make me a history check with advantage, Derek, because this one
All
you might
right.
actually know of.
Okay, let's see. Where is the history check?
19.
Ooh, I do know. Nice.
Isidore
Must-
Horath. The name rings a bell, and you think to yourself, wait a moment. When you were running with the Dragonlords, Isidore
The
Horath
boys.
was, well, a kid, basically. Around the same age as Damon when he was serving as like the squire slash vassal of the Dragonlords. Obviously this was like hundreds of years ago, so obviously she aged from there. And apparently Damon also did. Uh, as far as you remember, she was indeed related to Sander. They're not. You never were 100% on the details on how. Uh, but well, last you heard of her, she was, like I said, like a little kid. So you're kind of surprised to see that she has a tomb here as one of the fallen Dragonlords.
It's
Wow.
a she.
Yes.
She must have been the favorite of the whole crew then. Alright, that's... In that brain blast, it's just making me remember all this, but like, yeah, that was that little girl that kept trying to eat my food. And they told me to give it to her. It was kind of sad. Mostly my desserts. Kind of sad about it.
You're sad that
Sometimes
you
just when...
couldn't withhold a dessert from a child?
Yes.
What?
Okay.
It was like, come on, I thought it was like Xander's kid or something. Come on, guys.
Is
My
it?
boss.
So wait, it is Xander's kid?
Uh,
Not that I know, and I remember because it was when I was rolling with them. Like, there was a kid was there. Never exactly told Xander since couldn't really get a long time with them to ask him some questions. Never knew, but she'd always want my dessert. She's like, look,
You just instantly go with his child, not his like little sister.
Mm. That doesn't sound fish.
Well,
Anyways, I'm just
clearly
gonna
at
start
some
going.
point they became a
there's
dragon
a
lord.
reason why you linger in front of this tomb. Says Damon as he warps in.
whoa, David, calm down. We're just here to. Whoa, I'm just trying to remember trying to remember Isadora. Okay, I'm remembering she was eating my desserts and stuff.
We are also paying respects to the fallen here. I'm sure that you've been able to detect, at least in some way, the prayers that we've been offering.
I have been seeing you walking around and praying, yes. You really,
Is there anything
Wait.
you could tell us about this
Hmm.
person?
you really don't remember Isidore, do you, Derek?
Uh-oh.
Look, I remember her eating my
He was his
desserts.
wife
Okay.
twice removed.
Look, I remember her eating my desserts. Okay.
I suppose I cannot blame you. She was, well, quite young back then.
Hold up.
We both, Isidore and myself, wanted to help the Dragonlords in whatever way, shape, or form we could, but none of us ever bounded with a dragon.
Yeah. Kind of. I was kind of really hoping that you would eventually. You were probably like when we were discussing with everybody else that you were going to be the next one, but I guess never did happen. I'm sad about that.
It didn't. The honor instead went to her.
Damon,
Yes.
are you the one who has kept her tomb clean and pristine?
She kind of pauses for like a couple of seconds and says, I. Yes.
Hmm.
Do you miss her?
Every day.
David, does that mean you two eventually?
I literally elbow Derek really hard in the gut so he shuts up.
It was
Ugh, damn it.
years after we came of age. Long after Sander was gone. I spent a couple of years being her advisor. And eventually, well, we decided to get married.
Feel
Are
strong.
you able to talk to her?
Kind of shakes his head.
Oh.
He shakes his head no.
Yeah, he shakes his head no.
Alright. Well, I can't do it right now. I am not powerful enough yet, but if you would like, in the future when things calm down a little bit, if you would like to talk to her one last time, I could come back to visit you and maybe try to help you accomplish that. It won't be anytime soon. I'm still too young of a cleric to perform such rituals.
I believe Isidore's spirit is already at peace. Of course, I would love to hear her voice one more time. Sometimes I do. I don't dream anymore, but from time to time I imagine her and her child. I think back on the life that I once had when she passed away. I left my child with the rest of my knowledge, and I took it upon myself to, well, make sure that they would grow up knowing that their mother, well, was a very brave woman. I turned into this not long after. My child
Hmm.
visited every once in a while, and as the years went by, I continued to see how they grew old while I remained the same. Eventually, they stopped coming. I take great care to protect the tomb of Isidore Horath because she was, to me at least, the most important amongst all.
Boy, did she love dessert. That's all I remember of her.
If you so much as intend to destroy this tomb, I will use
I give him a hug.
everything.
He's like, wait, what's going on? What?
Interrupting him as he was sure you were sure he was about to like fucking like drop like a serious threat. You kind of interrupt him in the middle of that. Hold on, let me just double check something because let's just have a think about their bodies.
Oh my
I
god.
die, guys. It's all good.
Hold on.
Oh
Dead.
He
no.
needs a hug,
Sandra
though,
dead.
okay? I'm hugging him from Isidore, okay? He needs it. Bro's been here a long time and still loves her. He needs a
Yeah,
hug.
for real.
Man,
I'll
if you need
take
a
one
hug,
for the
could
team. It's all good.
D-Man, if you need a hug,
Absolutely
could have
worth
told
it.
me. I wouldn't find that dying with Dragonlords.
My bad. Apparently, the thing that I was thinking of has to be like manually activated, so it's not like a passive thing it does. Uh,
Surprise.
I will say, however, cold as death. That is, Damon's body is immensely cold. Whether it's just his armor, or his body, or just the general fact that he's been on top of these mountains for quite a while. It is a sickening shiver that covers your entire body the moment you wrap your arms around him.
All right. Well, I suck it out and give him a warm hug and say she would be proud of you.
Might have made his heart just beat one more time. Who
And
knows?
then I'll step away so I don't die of frostburn.
And he doesn't return the hug. You're not
Oh, I don't need him back.
you're not sure like whether it was because he didn't want to, or you just kind of caught him off guard and he wasn't sure what to do. And he says, "There is little time where I get to meet or talk to visitors to the necropolis. I appreciate the gesture, but my stance remains the same. Do not disrupt this tomb, or I will be forced to escort you out of the necropolis."
Yeah, guys, don't touch her door.
We won't. Um, if you want to accompany us on the rest of the tour as we continue to pray for everybody and visit them, you're more than welcome to come. You said you don't get visitors much often, so if you would like to uh hang around and have some companionship for whatever time we have remaining here, you're welcome to.
He looks over at the tomb and says, "No, I shall remain here for a moment."
Is there any particular god you dedicate prayers to if you pray before this tomb?
Kind of like side eyes Kyra. And Kyra, you know, knowing
Guys,
knowing better and kind of reading the room. Whereas before, when Damon kind of side eyed Kyra, she kind of like answered back with like a really playful hello. Uh, this time around, Kyra's reading the room a little bit. He kind of refrains from doing that, and then Damon says, "I don't pray to any gods anymore. I merely pray in general that Isidore's soul found some rest."
Um, Metius, I know we usually pray to a god, but maybe this time we pray straight to Isidore and just send her comfort and love from Damon.
I think that would be appropriate. Then I'll join Exandri and maybe Damon if he's doing it too, up to a general prayer and also a prayer specifically to Isidore.
All right. Wait, well, we are just about actually, Pumo. In that case, oh, what would you say?
I accidentally burped because I took a giant drink of
Okay.
beer.
soda.
All right. I'll say we'll take this chance as you guys are praying for Isidore's soul to be,
Rage.
well, to find some rest in the afterlife. I will take this chance to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back. In that case, well, so, everybody all right with that?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah.
In that case, I'll put a pause to the recording. All right, and we're back. So the party, or at least some of them, make a prayer to in the honor of Isidore Hurat. Damon, you can't tell, like through motions, you can't tell that if he joins in or not. He just continues to stare at the tomb. Uh, the Damon eventually, eventually the prayer is over. Damon did say that he was gonna remain here for a moment or more. But otherwise, he doesn't seem to impede your progress in any way. So what do you guys do?
Did we head north then?
South, sir. Not heading north just yet. We're heading south, sir.
Well,
I'm ready to
I'm
go, but
intent
then I
on
stare.
following you, Derek.
Okay. I'll start walking a little bit. I'll still look at Damon, just feel like, God damn, I didn't know.
What do y'all think,
Not-
team? Should we follow Derek or should we go the other way? Okay, I guess we're following Derek.
Follow the leader. Oh,
Why are we going south?
that is questionable. I know.
I mean, to pay respects to the fallen.
Oh, I thought there were more people up here.
They are. Further south from you, well, from the entrance of the necropolis, you saw pretty much all of the most of the tombs.
Okay.
You did notice that there is a couple, like 3 more down there. Well, 4 rather. Hold on, actually. Scratch that.
It's 5.
5 more down there. My bad. I wasn't zoomed out all the way. Uh, all of them marked with various different names. But well, it's up to you if you actually go and look at them or not.
Oh no, I wanted to pay respects to all of them, so
Okay.
I'd go. I'd follow it.
You can just take a U-turn.
In that case, the first one that you would approach to would be this one down here. One that is marked by the name of Nicholas Phobos.
Phobos. Yes. I remember Phobos. I know that name. That actually rings a bell. And was it ask me why that name rings a bell?
One thing that no, well, for you, Derek, last name Phobos does ring a bell. Ryzen Phobos, that is Rizon, was one of the original Dragonlords. A bit of a, of a rival, some would say, to Xander Huarath. Like when I say rivalry, think, like anime rivalry of like, oh, I'm gonna surpass you one day, type of thing. Uh, they, you know, they went through the different paths in life, obviously. I mean, Xander, passed away. You're not quite sure what happened to Ryson after the war. But Nicholas Phobos was, or is, as far as you're aware, probably one of her descendants. Uh, One thing that does strike you very strangely, however, is that under his name, it doesn't say, you know, it doesn't say outsworn to, whatever other deity it could be. Rather, Nicholas Phobos's tomb is marked with a, a strange title that you wouldn't expect to see on a Dragonlord. It's marked as Blessed Poseidon.
Oh.
Oh.
This one is not doesn't have a door. Again, there's no marble slab that covers the entrance, which allows you to look inside. Do you?
Yes.
You
What?
see that this tomb is in very good condition compared to most of the other tombs. The murals are bright. The paint still has not completely faded. The image, both around the walls and the sarcophagus itself, seem to depict the image of a man who is sailor. He's like a sailor in some of the images and a king in others. Uh, in some of the images, the man seems to be uh, donning what appears to be a breastplate with a symbol that looks like a swirl. Those of you who are trained in religion or would otherwise know of religious practices will identify this symbol as the symbol of Siren.
Mm-hmm.
This is how
Something
the inside looks like.
something seems fishy in
Oh,
here.
Ruh-roh.
Hmm.
This guy does not look like
blessed is.
he's not friendly.
I might have to talk. She's there. I might have to talk about her with him. This doesn't seem Dragonlordish. Not at all.
So not all the Dragonlords some worshipped Sidon though?
Who are you?
To Kyra.
You. Well, first of all, you move down here. You you
You're flying still, aren't you?
turn
Yeah, I'm just floating around.
you turn to Kyra and ask some of these travelers, praise Sidon, and she will answer to you. Oh, that's a story and a half. See, the years after the First War, when the Oath of Peace was made, some who followed in the footsteps of the Dragonlords decided that it was better if, well, in following with the creation of the Oath of Peace, they were to also appease to the Titans in some way, shape, or form. Nicholas Phobos, as far as the stories go, is the last descendant of Ryzen Phobos, or was, I suppose. At the very least, Nicholas Phobos was the last one to carry the title of a Dragonlord. And, well, what a way to seal off a legacy by making a deal with the Titans that your very ancestors fought against.
If he was here, I'd slap the crap out of him right now.
Would
But
it be
who-
inappropriate to pay respects to Nicholas Phobos?
I'm
For
not
for
going
me,
to step into this location. She says she kind of takes a step back. Says, "You all do you. I'm just gonna sit back here, or stand,
I,
I suppose."
you guys can go in. I'm gonna stand outside right here and just look very meanly at the statue.
Well, Derek, would you be opposed to us paying respects to this Dragon Lord?
I mean, he is a dragon lord. She is descendant of like one of the, I guess you could say, second, third strongest in our group. Very strong woman. Kind of.
How do I type the you said right on?
It's right there. It's a couple. It's a couple of
Oh, okay,
a
that
couple
right
chat
on.
boxes up there.
Yeah,
Ryzon.
R-I-Z-O-N.
I'd
Well,
if he was like like his mother, I would.
Well,
But
you know this wasn't
apparently he's not.
Ariston's son. Uh, you believe Nicholas would have had to be like a long descendant of her, not
Yeah.
precisely her son.
well,
Great, great, great,
um,
great.
I'm still
Yes,
going
but
to pay
still,
my respects. As
you
for the
guys want
sheer
to.
fact that they are dead,
I
and
agree.
I would rather them not wake up and try and attack us for not respecting their passings.
Just
I'm
a
gonna,
question.
I'm gonna
Just a
speak
question.
to her
Uh,
to his.
who all stepped into the actual room? So I can have a mental image of this.
I'm outside of it.
I'm stepping into it to pray,
Mhm.
to offer a prayer.
I'll go in with them just in
I
case.
was inside.
Wait,
What did
Oh.
you
Hanging out
say,
just
Sandry?
outside, I think.
What do you say, Sandry?
I'm inside. Even though he followed Sidon, she's still gonna pay her respects for a
Mhm.
fallen
Okay.
person in the tomb.
Juno,
I'll be beside them in case things
I
get
don't
wild.
think.
Juno and Porunga are back here. In that case, well, those of you who are inside, I already described some kind of the room that you guys see, sarcophagus and all of that.
Yeah.
You do notice that, what's it called? Yeah, the imagery of Sidon's symbol, the red eye and the swirl, is everywhere, plastered everywhere in this, tomb. In fact, uh, the attire that Nicholas Phobos is presented with in the imagery that is shown in the tomb looks suspiciously similar to the regular coat of vestments for the Order of Sidon troops that you guys saw. Almost as if they
This
modeled
guy.
themselves after him.
Hmm.
But otherwise, you guys will do your prayers. Uh, no real. Actually, make me a religion check. Those of you who are praying for them.
I think that I'm going to, along with praying for Nicholas, I will devote this prayer to Sidon.
Oh.
You
What?
know,
Cringe.
I will too, because it feels weird devoting this prayer to someone that he was against.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you guys, but like.
Do you still want that religion check?
Yes, correct.
I'm looking at you guys very disappointedly.
You
We're
don't
just
know
being
what I'm
respectful.
praying. You have no idea what I'm praying.
You like as far as you can tell, they're just praying.
Yeah, for as far as you
They're
know,
praying, but
smelly ass followers side. No wonder you lost. No, just joking. I don't say that. I
actually,
said
we
no.
were winning. Actually, and I disappeared, and the other disappeared, and we
This is a
lost.
bad
Okay.
sign.
Why
This is
So
a bad sign that we're
we were
praying.
down 2 people.
Yes.
We got sent to the. We were just down a couple people. We would have won if we were at full strength. Okay.
So
When Derek is talking to thin air because he's outside of the mausoleum.
The argument never started because we're
Yeah, I
praying
know.
silently.
Yeah.
so you guys are over here. Drakgar, I'll say you're like next to them inside the thing.
Yeah,
I
I'll-
still send a respectful prayer.
uh,
me too.
you
I look at
guys.
you guys very meanfully.
It's a. I mean, I guess thematically it makes sense that you guys didn't roll high because like this would be probably the first time you've ever really like devoted a prayer to someone associated with the Titans.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm
Literally
looking
the
at you guys
first
very
time.
meanly.
You will, you kind of stumble over your own thoughts, trying to somehow phrase this in such a way that you're respecting, Nicholas Phobos as a warrior, as a fallen warrior, but also, no, not forgetting your affiliation, to the five gods.
Hmm.
And so you kind of like, you're like, it's kind of how when somebody first learns how to pray, like they're not quite sure how to start it out, even
Yeah,
told them. Uh,
yeah.
so Our Father, Hail Mary, yada yada yada.
Something, yeah. So they're mixing them up, like just being like, what do I ask? Do I ask something? Yeah, totally.
And like so, you're kind of stumbling over your own thoughts trying to do this. As you do so, you feel a slight charge, shall we say? Like when you open your eyes after the prayer, you realize it's as if the atmosphere charged with like static. You see some of your hair standing on end. It's a little bit more noticeable for you. Well, actually, yeah, for you too, Metius and Alexander, because you guys have relatively longish hair.
Mhm.
Your mic cut out a little bit.
Oh, where did I cut off?
That's
I
better.
heard you say that it's more noticeable for me because I have longish hair.
Yeah, well, for you, both of you, because I have like longish hair.
Yeah,
Uh, you notice like it's kind of standing on air, and there's like that sort of like sensation,
yeah.
like charge sensation in the air. You're not quite sure what that means. Uh,
I look at them. Are you guys okay?
I feel a slight energy to the air, but it's weak. Or at least not pronounced. Weak might not be the correct word.
Ira, I'm not the one. I think this is weird, right?
Nope, I feel fine. Just your average Tuesday in a tomb.
Yeah.
besides that, do you
Is
guys
it
do anything
Tuesday?
with the sarcophagus?
Pardon me?
I say besides that, do you guys do anything with the sarcophagus or?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
Is it destroyed or is it at least in okay
It
condition?
is full. It's complete. The lid is still on and everything.
Okay. As long as it doesn't look like it's been like smashed and bashed, no, I wouldn't do anything.
Drakgar?
I will. Nope. Myself out of that situation.
Okay. So Derek, is, you go and say, "Is that weird?" And then Kyra says, "I mean, well, people don't know who they're praying to, but I suppose they are doing so out of respect for a fallen warrior. Uh, should probably just let them do that, huh?
Yeah.
Not getting anywhere near that tomb.
Oh yeah, me definitely me either. Since the whole situation.
Uh,
That Daddy doesn't approve of me, so why would I do that?
all right, so you guys walk out of the tomb without disrupting.
That whole sentence was fucked up.
Yeah.
You guys walk out of the tomb without disturbing any further, and as
For real?
you are the last one out, Drakkar,
Yeah.
Run.
you hear at the back of your mind, "Good choice."
Oh, I
Run.
heard. I heard a voice. Someone wants to throw hands.
Was that our dad's voice? Does he recognize the voice?
It was
And
Damon.
not recognize that voice. It sounded deep.
It,
It
it
sounded.
sounded like it was coming from there, and then I pointed at the tomb.
It's well, no, you don't think it even came from the
Or-
tomb. It sounded like it was in your mind.
Oh, it was in my mind. I didn't hear it from behind. Oh, okay.
Like it sounded deep and inhuman. In fact, it kind of almost sounded like the voice that Gaius manifested when he was flying above you when he sent the squad of
Oh.
centaurs after you.
Oh,
Guys, gotta
So-
get out of there.
So it was Sidon.
The question is, I mean, obviously this is out of game, but like the question is that good choice because we didn't mess with the tomb, or is it good choice that we didn't pray? You know, that he didn't pray rather. I hope it's the former.
I think it's the former.
Good.
So you peace out from the tomb of Nicholas.
Yeah.
It
too,
sounded like he
Sandria.
was like, "Thank you for not making me have to come beat your ass for
Yeah,
fucking
for
with a
real.
fellow comrade."
Yeah.
oh, you want to go?
So where do you guys go next?
Go to Cosmo. Or this
To the
next
next
one.
one.
Almost at the main people.
Approach the tomb. This one also seems to be having like the same sort of like pillars at the side, like the most of the other ones are. This one reads with the name of Cosmophobus, son of Ryzen Phobus. One thing that you notice is like when you approach, this one does have the slab on it. When you approach, you notice this weird sort of like ichor like substance, like this blackish, substance that seems to kind of like be staining like a couple of the corners. You're right.
Yeah, sorry.
Got the hiccups.
Here comes.
Did the burp.
Occasionally, I did scarf down a lot of food. I'm surprised it took so long for them to spawn.
Like I was saying, you notice this like sort of like dark substance that kind of permeates like the corners of the of the slab that is the door.
Can I cast prestidigitation on it and see if it goes away?
Sure. You cast precipitation, and the substance seems to it didn't seem like it was cleaned. It seemed like it rescinded.
Oh, gross. I hate it.
Like it was just like it was pushed or sucked up almost.
Okay.
Well, it looks like it's sealed off for a reason, I guess. With all that black goo.
All of
That's
these
what
are
I think
sealed
it is.
for a reason.
Especially this one, I guess. Maybe we should ask the mom.
So there's no, other than the title, I guess, of son of Rhizon. There's no like oathbound or inclination to God of any kind.
Does not appear to.
So then I
And
will make a
black-
general prayer and one specifically to Cosmo.
You were about to say something, Drakgar?
The black stuff was on the door, right? Or was it?
But it seemed to have rescinded once the presentation was casted.
Okay, well, since it looks, I will attempt to open the.
Oh, we just did don't. Oh my gosh.
Fine.
Doesn't surprise. Oh well, do you open or do you not?
Let the Dragar do it. I'm backing off. Dragar, if you want to do it, you could do it. I'm backing off.
Do you guys want to try it? You guys want to see what's inside?
I don't think that we need to open the tombs.
Not this one, I believe. I don't think this is
I'm-
the right one to open up just yet.
I'm traveling alongside, not alongside, rather. I'm traveling around here to pay respects for the dead, for the Dragonlords, and
Thank you.
maybe to ask for guidance, but I don't think we need to take anything. I would be whatever belongs to Derek belongs to Derek, and if he can get it back, that would be excellent. But we're not here to loot a tomb.
Is
At least I'm
this
not.
the tube that we were told to check for him?
Wait, what was that?
Sorry, I was dealing with hiccups. Is the tube that we are currently at the tube's name that was dropped to Derek to get his stuff?
No, not this one.
He
But this one, it's
was told that perhaps Sander may have, may have been buried with treasures of the Dragonlords.
All right.
he has my stuff.
Why is it that Drac wants to open this tube? Like, I apologize. I was dealing with hiccups.
I mean,
He just-
Curiosity,
just-
but it might be a bad idea.
What
Nah, but
It's
curiosity?
definitely a bad idea. Like 100%.
Bad idea.
Yeah.
There was dark goo coming from the corners. Then when he used magic, it rescinded. So no. And that's
Maybe.
actually me using my brain this time.
True.
Like 2 brain cells.
I mean, you could just. You do have a vial of holy water.
True.
Sprinkle on top of yourself, Drakgar, and just go in there. Holy Spirit is with me.
so do you open it or not?
We
Should we
leave.
just continue on, or
When we go
Alright,
back
continue.
up that way, we can just ask Damon why there's black ichor leaking out
Yeah.
of Cosmos' tomb.
Hey, I go front, sir.
So, next tube you move up, or down rather, onto, is one that is marked as a tomb of Ryzen Phobos.
Oh, the fuck was that?
This one
Metius.
says Oathsworn of Vulcan.
Both sworn of Vulcan.
wait?
This one, it also doesn't have a slab. You actually see the inside of this one. It is lined with the murals of great grand battles. Most of them feature the image of a very imposing looking woman that is riding on top of a bronze dragon. The main
Shame.
panel of this murals seems to depict the same woman, kind of triumphing, like over a group of very scary-looking Minotaurs. In a very sort of like the grim look to the tomb. There's around 6 or so, kind of like skeletons, that seem to be arranged as like statues around the length of the room. The skeletons themselves seem to look more so like statues. They don't look like bone, but they seem to have the shape of a Minotaur. This is the inside of the tomb.
Oh, wow.
God damn.
As she's a
Oh,
she was a strong lady, guys. Very much.
So
yeah.
she was the Minotaur?
No.
No, she's the one on
She's
top.
killing a Minotaur.
She's
Okay.
she's a top. Alright, she's a top. Just so you know, she's a top.
Well, Derek, were you oath sworn to any of the gods?
I'm old sworn to Versailles, if you can count that.
I do count it.
Don't remember. It's kind of fuzzy to me. Maybe I don't even have an oath sworn to anybody else. Wasn't much of a fighter, but all I did was sing a couple songs, cast some spells. I don't remember anymore. I don't remember. I don't remember.
All right.
Should we?
First, sworn to Versailles. Yes.
Alright, so I fried your brains a little bit too much, Derek.
Those nights were crazy. Okay.
I take it you guys make well, at least
Yeah.
sorry. Some of you make a prayer for to Vulcan on the name of Rise of Ovis.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I walk in and I just put my hand on her tomb and just say a couple words and say I apologize for disappearing. Rizion.
When you put a hand on the sarcophagus, Derek, and you say, "Yeah, sorry for disappearing," you hear a creak behind you. You cannot turn around, and you see as one of the skeletal statues of one of the Minotaurs seems to be slowly turning its head to you.
As they start getting
Oh.
ready my
They have
armor.
they haven't moved. But you slowly see as the rest remaining five of the statues kind of creak and look over at you as you place your hand on the sarcophagus.
Whoa, guys, I'm here as a long friend, as a dear friend. And I just wanna say my piece and apologize.
They're still staring at you.
That's fine. I'm just saying my things. I'm not doing nothing else.
I think you should leave.
Shush! I'm almost done. I'm not doing nothing else. Just let me say sorry. Sorry. Disappeared. Should have fallen alongside you. It's my fault. Y'all could have just lived fine if I never just disappeared. I apologize for everything. Please forgive me. Goodbye. I
Well,
get up,
wait,
slowly put my hand out.
before you go, roll me a persuasion check.
God dang it. Not even lying, this actually be doing it.
No, this is not deception, persuasion.
15. High enough.
You're trying to persuade her to forgive you.
Oh, okay. No, okay, that makes sense now.
You
Brain's not working.
you hear a noise, Derek. This kind of sound almost like a pop. Uh, and you notice, well, one, that the skeletal minotaur seem to go back into their position, not staring at you anymore. But two, that the lid on Horizon's tomb, sarcophagus rather, seems to have popped open. It seems the sound you heard was air finally entering uh, the tomb, almost as if it was like vacuum sealed. What do you do?
You should run.
I stand up and say, Listen, is that you? That's it.
There is no answer.
I still stand there and I go down on one knee and I still look up at the coffin and just still say I'm sorry. I'll say I'm sorry that I I disappeared with before the big fight. I know it must have been tough with minimal Dragonlords, and I just disappeared without telling you guys. I'm just really sorry that I went up and left. I truly am sorry. There you go. That
There
was it.
is another sort of like popping sound. Well, not rather popping sound, but like a grinding sound. Uh, as you see the lid of the sarcophagus be,
She got to get out and strangle you.
she moved ever so slightly. At this point, it moves in such a way that you can actually see partially the inside of the sarcophagus. You see a surprisingly somewhat preserved body that you recognize as Rise and Phobos. Alongside her, there, on top of her, it appears that she was entombed, much like Telemach, with armor and all. Uh, on top of her body lies what appears to be a strangely shaped sword that you recognize as a coppice.
I remember that sword.
Uh, and it's kind of like this. For those who may not know, coppice is or this type of curved blade that kind of looks like a machete, but a little bit more with more defined edges.
I say, wait, I remember that sword. I practiced dummy a couple times when we did our training. I was lucky enough to dodge that sword. It's pretty good. It's a very strong sword. I remember. That was it.
Anything else you do?
Um,
Eric, I really think you should leave.
no, Dragar. Maybe you should back off a bit. This is my. This is I'm pretty sure what I'm supposed to deal with since I did all those things back in the past. I don't know
So,
what you call your. And it's she yeah Derek just feels very ashamed of what happened, transpired. Still can't really wrap up that everybody else is gone. And Derek just cries. A couple teardrops that hit the floor on the casket, just outside the casket, saying, I really am sorry. I should have been with you guys in that fight.
there is no response. For a couple of seconds, there's just silence. And then you hear in your mind, do I need to spell it out? Just take my sword.
My brain's like, are you sure? This is Derek. You do know that, right? You do know that, right?
He's like, you do know this is the fuck up, right?
There is no response for like a couple of seconds. Uh, and as far as while there's no audible response that you hear, you feel this kind of like draft of wind that kind of without real explanation, sort of like it runs around the room for a moment. As that draft comes by, you hear the voice once again pick up and say, even if you are not worthy, maybe you'll find someone that is.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah. I know. My bad. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna take it now. Okay. Slowly, just gonna reach in there and just grab the sword.
As you hold the sword in your hand, lightweight, pretty easy to wield. Uh, as you do that, you see as the Minotaurs, skeletal Minotaurs, uh, one of them kind of steps off its pedestal, doesn't approach you specifically, but approaches the sarcophagus, and just kind of, with reaching with one giant skeletal hand, just pulls back the lid to close it once again. and then goes back onto its pedestal and assumes the original statue-like position.
I look around at all the Minotaur statues, and I look at the lid and say, I look at the sword, and I try to put it to my side. Said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure I find a good home for it." And I walk out of the room.
Okay. You walk out the room.
And I walk out and be like, "Is there anywhere I can go find somewhere to pee real quick?"
I mean, like, don't do it right here, says Kyra. Like, maybe, like, I don't know, like, go over there to the edge of the cliff?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
Your
ask
whole
Damon. Ayo, Damon, is there anywhere I can go
do
to the
not.
bathroom? I might have
Nope.
just did stuff.
Yeah, there
Absolutely not.
is no response from Damon.
You
If you keep bugging
probably
Damon,
right.
he's just
I'll
gonna
look for a
take your
spot
soul.
later.
So, okay.
Or we
Where
started.
to now, squad?
Yes, sir.
I walk south with the shield and the sword at hand, but I walk very slowly since you said that it reduces speed.
Estor Archelander. The man, the myth, the legend himself.
The
Real.
one, the only.
Ooh.
Chad.
Like, the moment you guys said Estor Archelander, my roll 20 started lagging like fuck. His
It's
name
not a
is
good thing.
His name is fucking cursed. Alright, here we go. So let me just move on.
Guys, don't I look good with the shield and sword in hand?
They do not look like they go together in at all, by the way. So the moment you guys are approaching the tomb of Estor Archelander, Carrie just like stops a couple of feet away and says, "Yeah, I'm not getting close to that either. Let me know when you're done." In like this
Um,
very dry, like expression, like
Mhm.
coming of her. Soon enough, you notice the inscription in Esther's tomb: Esther Archelander, Oathsworn of Kyra.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh.
well,
Like you
Miss
got some explaining to do.
Book, Miss Book Lady. Old sworn to Kyra. Why have you never told us this? Or
I
maybe you did, I just don't remember.
I mean, it was probably the latter.
I said I don't wish to talk about it, and I'm not going to.
I'll ask Versailles later then.
have some tact, Derek.
I'll ask the wifey later.
So, do
She'll
you
spill the beans.
open the tomb of Esther Archelander?
Yeah,
Are we
Drakgar,
opening?
you open it real quick. I'll stand right behind you.
Yes, I do.
No. You said when we entered here that it was on you, so you're opening it, and we're all gonna step to the side.
Do we need to open it?
Well, look, I can open this door. I'm too weak. I need Drakgar to open it, and then I'll step in. Easy.
Metius is asking if you guys need to open it. Alright.
I feel like we don't absolutely need to disturb, especially since we're aware that there shouldn't be a body in there.
Look,
Well-
guys, if there's no body in there, I'm pretty sure it's just murals, maybe his war victories. Or war victories, my bad.
Also need to find out information about the Ultros, and we're also told to check his tomb for information on.
So one way or another, we have to go in there.
Is there anything outside here, like any description or anything that might,
Besides,
other than just the Oathsworn of Kyra?
besides the inscription and the pillars that adorn the entrance of the tomb, there is not much to go on. All of the tombs of the Dragonlords have the slabs that kind of
Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
die if you go in here.
the slabs that kind of make the the door. All have a very similar design. with the one exception, being that of Nicholas Fogus, who had a different description on it. Otherwise, all of the images are just like general, like draconic, adjacent imagery.
Do we want to
Super
wait
Rungas
another
will
10
do that.
minutes for me to cast Detect Magic just to detect if there's any magical ceilings going on here or wards of any kind?
Do you guys wait an extra 10 minutes?
It's fine.
All right.
It doesn't happen 10 minutes.
I will ritually cast Detect Magic.
Another 10 minutes go by.
I just have I guess a flavor question.
Yes.
Ritually casting something, would it just be Metius like opening his spell book and reading the spell over 10 minutes and doing some whatever movements he has to in whatever words?
What is?
Or is it like, you know what I mean?
I mean, mechanically speaking, well, rather thematically speaking, what happens when you ritual cast is that you take time to kind of, concentrate on the spell, maybe sit down or kind of stay still in the location, or just, and you eventually by the end of that concentration, the spell is cast. For the purposes of flavor, I let you, decide how, what does a ritual spell for Metius, dictates, I guess.
Well, he would be sitting down cross-legged with his spell book in front of him, and I guess the page or pages open to the spell, and his hands would be sort of up and out and be focusing and chanting whatever words he needs to. And after 10 minutes, the spell is cast.
All right. Kind of close your eyes, concentrate on the spell. For the course of 10 minutes, the book's pages kind of opens on its own and seem to go over into the page that actually has the detect magic spell. And then a flash of light emanates, and you cast detect magic. You can now see beyond sight. You don't detect any magical wards on Ezra Calendar's tomb.
No.
It doesn't appear magical in any way, so if you're going to open it, it should be okay from a magic standpoint.
Open SB, and I open it up.
Boom.
What you see inside is, well, much like you expected, murals on the walls.
Beautiful.
However,
Ha, I knew it.
these are images that some people could consider disturbing. Rather than heroic battles where the victories and actions of Ezra Calander are extolled, the carvings depict a man, well, for lack of a better descriptor, slaughtering unarmed individuals, dryads, satyrs, all in surprisingly gory detail.
Mm.
There is pain and fear in all of his victims' faces. In one panel, like the last one, there is the man kind of standing over on one side, holding his weapons, kind of raising it above his head. And on the other side of that on a mural, you see, well, a group of scared, individuals that he was clearly intending to kill. However, in that mural, standing in the middle of the people, there is a dragon with a very, like, worried, saddened look in their face, as if it's almost as if the dragon is begging for mercy on behalf of these creatures. There is the sarcophagus in the center of the room is kind of like this blood red, sort of like colored marble that seems to bear the same image as the man that is depicted in the images. Here is the image.
Definitely what Esther
Oh,
would
damn.
want. This is definitely what he would want. Well, I
Does
see the
the
I see
picture
the dragon out.
look like any of the dragons from What's that tomb called?
From the
Serious-
Balmitria?
Well, the painting is faded. It's kind of hard to tell, but you do believe that due to the general like color of the image, that it could be one of the bronze dragons.
Must have been his. Maybe that could be his dragon. Man, if you only guys knew. You guys
You
knew.
guys do.
Well, inside the tomb, I will pray to Kyra and to Esther Archelander.
Well, you can pray to her. She's just outside, bro. She's just right there. You just pray to her.
I'm
Hi,
ignoring
sister.
Derek as I pray.
When you begin praying to Kyra, you feel like well, how do I word this? If could be a
Oh no!
Nah, fam. Nah.
Oh no!
if that could be like put
Rejected.
into words or a like
Yeah.
tangible sensation, that is what you would feel if you tried to
Okay.
pray to Kyra in the name of Ezra Calander.
All right.
She did say
Big
she
time
wanted no
FedEx
part of
just
it.
appears in the back of your eyes.
If you, yeah.
Your turn, Miss
She said,
Sandra.
Yeah, that's
All right,
all
Sandra,
right.
it's time for you to pray to your aunt. Let's see how that goes.
Oh, that'll be a short prayer then.
All right, Sandra, your turn to pray.
I mean, you would be met with the same sensation, Alexander. Like if you tried to do that.
She's like, but Auntie, just doing it.
I
just
prayed,
because."
but then I also sent a prayer to my auntie, but not about him.
I'm so
Also,
sorry you dealt with this shit.
I sent a prayer to my auntie. Whatever had happened in the past, may the future be more bright.
Okay, and this time I will step in the tomb now.
There is
since it is my turn.
there is no response that you get, Alexander, but you have a feeling that maybe Kyra has a reason as to why not to be here, and kind of hard to argue when you see this type of imagery being represented of Esther Calendar.
Yeah.
Oh, for me, for Derek, that's just on a normal war day.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna look at Metius because
I was
Derek-
about to say like I'm gonna.
Derek was
give-
committing core crimes in the. I don't
I
know if
wasn't
he's on our
committing war
team.
crimes. I was the guy singing the music.
Definitely.
Oh,
That
you
guy
were
was
cheering
committing
them
war
on as they
crimes.
were.
Hold on. What were you saying, Alexandria and Matthias?
We definitely exchanged glances. Like, oh, you felt that like
yeah,
feeling.
I
Yeah.
definitely share the same notion, but then I'll also like lower my voice to like a whisper, so it's just like a conversation between him and I, and I'd be like, remember, Xander wasn't very well liked, and if he did or did not, there is that rumor about how he started the war.
Right.
So we should be a little mindful of Auntie while we're here.
Gotta talk about it, guys.
I'll follow your lead on this. You're the priest among us.
You kind of
Also, my auntie gives great migraines. Jesus.
She gives great migraines.
All right, then it's time for me to step in the tomb.
you step into the tomb. How do you appease Esther or Calander?
But like, I nice to see you again, Esther. Man, I guess they read. Just say like they did your tomb, good, bad, depending, I guess, what you did. I saw nothing bad with it. It was just wartime, and of course things had to have happened.
Derek is okay. I'm gonna write that down. Derek does not have a problem with war crimes.
Look, sir, are you the one that writes stuff down? No, two people over there write stuff, and they're far, far away.
Well, Lorius
Doris,
has
like,
no qualms about well, not no qualms, but who doesn't have a history with Esther Calander. he's looking at this like from a distance, albeit like he's looking at the inside of the tomb, like, yeesh, type of does like this weird this motion like around his neck, uh, as if he's not liking what he's seeing. Uh,
Look, Loris, you weren't there 500 years ago, okay?
I mean, I'm sorry to question your judgment, Mr. Derek, but I, from what it looks and sounds like, I don't think this Esther fellow was, a good person. Um, I don't mean to disrespect a figure that is probably very important in your culture's history, but I, it's probably for the best that, well, not for the best, but uh, there might be a reason as to why he's depicted in such a way.
This is the difficult thing about death, Glorious. Maybe you're unfamiliar with it or you have a different view in your culture, but even those of us who have done bad deeds occasionally deserve reverence. And we're here, we made the trek,
Um,
so we must do it.
okay then. I guess I'll, I'll probably skip out on writing this down, huh? He can puts his parchment quill away.
Well,
Oh
I would
no, I
encourage you to
highly
write the
suggest
truth.
you write it down.
Yeah.
But what should I write? I mean, you know my writing style. I don't go for literary meanings.
We don't want you following us, so you can lie for us or eschew the truth. Just write honestly.
Um, okay. Uh, kind of begins to write down something that you can't quite see from this angle, into the into the parchment.
Okay, now I can say my stuff to Esther now.
What were you gonna say to Esther?
Okay, so I walk in. I'd say exactly what I did with Rizion, Rizzy. I call her Rizzy. Name Rizzy. Never said it because I didn't want to disrespect her. I tell Esther like, hey, Esther, it's me, Derek. Look, I'm sorry I disappeared on you in these battles that eventually made you fall. But times have changed, and we're fighting the Titans again. Something you loved doing. And of course, if they only knew what exactly, what kind of person you were, they'd probably see a different side of you. But now this is happening, I came to tell you that I'm here to continue the big fight we all did together. And have as you could say, a weird crew with me, but we're here to continue what us, the original Dragonlords, plan on doing, defeating the Titans.
Uh,
Maybe one or two bring down one of the gods.
there is no answer, Derek. Unlike last time, where you felt a presence or a force, in Rise and Phobos' tomb. Here, it's nothing. There isn't even like a sensation that that this tomb is protected, like how Rison's was, or you know, even uh Nicholas's was. Like there's no sensation or significant presence that you feel here.
Yeah. Yeah, I know nothing is here, and if I would think about it, but maybe a couple of your maybe one of your stuff is here that might have some sort of connection with. You remember that song I played for you that one night on the ship that actually made you cry? I remember that song. Maybe eventually I'll pay for that in you again. Like you remember the times where maybe you weren't so bloodthirsty.
The Again, there is no response.
Yeah, just came to tell that we're gonna continue the fight. All right. Maybe you'll shine down on us with the viciousness of your attacks on our big guy over here in the back. Looks at Drakgar flexing his muscles for a little bit. He's looking at himself. Who knows?
I feel the bath kind of goosebumps. A Drakgar.
Eh.
Yikes.
And well, yeah, that's it, Esther. I just proceed to walk out of the room.
Okay. You walk out of Ezra Calander's tomb, and everybody heard how Derek tried to excuse a war criminal.
Look, there's a big story that there's a story behind all this that
All,
Esther that told me.
all
Okay.
I'm saying is Drakgar is, or not, Derek is Jar Jar Binks.
No, no, no.
Bro, what do you
Maybe, but no.
mean?
I don't
You just
understand that.
literally just said, "Hey, bro, I get it. You just slaughtered civilians like it was nothing, but it's okay."
Did
We're
did that?
fine.
Did Jar Jar
He's my
Binks do
guy.
that?
I don't like
No,
you, sir.
I think what Luke was trying to say is that inadvertently Jar Jar Binks enabled fucking Palpatine to take over.
Okay, all right.
Essentially enabled the war criminal.
At least I'm not
It's
incompetent like
insane.
Jar Jar Binks. Okay.
I
Yet to be
mean,
proven.
I fought the Titan, so at least that makes me better than Jar Jar Binks.
Well, guess what? In the context, a little bit of an aside, nothing to do with the campaign, but in the context of Star Wars, Jar Jar Binks is legitimately considered a war hero for his actions in the Battle of Naboo.
That's very silly.
You're welcome.
Well, that's incredibly silly.
I'm a
um,
hero. He
I'm not
says
even
I'm
making
a
this up.
hero.
I'm not even making this up. This is canon.
I have no idea.
Get wrecked.
Uh,
I'm a
I
hero, guys.
didn't
I'm a
say that to
hero.
back you up, Pumo. By the way, I just, I just
It's
I'm
just
a
a
hero.
fact.
so. Anyway, what
All right, let's go to the next room.
are you guys?
Isn't there? And I'll just whisper like to Lorius that I know that your writing style's a bit more romantic. Don't you think there's something somewhat poetic about somebody who believes they don't deserve redemption asking for it from somebody who definitely doesn't? Maybe you can write about that.
Oh, you know, Mr. Metius, that's actually really good. Are you a writer?
Not of that kind, but
Oh,
it was a thought that crossed my mind.
he has paper on him. He's lying.
Well, actually, I guess I'll take your word for it. I'm going to see if I can work something out of that. Uh,
Excellent.
he kind of, because of the way that you can like approach him, you actually kind of see what he's writing onto the sheet. At least a little bit, like the first few lines or so.
Okay.
Something along the lines of uh, Adonis, I mean, not Adonis, Esther, the Esther the Fiend, uh, the bloodiest of its kind. Uh, oh, woe is the dragon who stood against his fearsome blade. You know, something to that effect.
I will not make mention that I noticed it, and I will walk away.
All right, guys, up to this tomb now. My best buddy's tomb.
Oh boy.
would
No.
in my prayer to this guy, I also wanted to ask him how the hell he put up with Derek, and if he has any tips he can send them my way.
You quickly ask him. Go in there, ask him real quick.
Uh,
Don't say anything.
you you approach the tomb of Adonis Nurdagon. Uh,
Nope.
doesn't have a slab that covers this one either. You see that the inscription, however, at the top of the frame says Adonis Nurdagon, Oathsworn of Pythor, most beautiful of the Dragonlords.
Hi,
If only his sword work had been as beautiful.
hi.
Oh my
I was
god.
hot too. I damn Adonis. Oh,
Oh, so this
Pythor.
guy.
Oh, so he knew your dad. Hmm.
Everybody knows her dad.
But
we like
what's one of Pythor
instantly
though?
into prayer. Hi, Dad. As the Capitalist. Hope you're good. Don't get too drunk tonight. Make sure you're taking care of Sis and give her a hug for me. Also, we're at so and so's too. I already forgot the dude's name because I
Adonis.
forgot to minimize his
Adon.
picture.
I think it was Adon.
Adonis.
We're at
I think it was Adon.
Adonis's too. It's looking. Wait, has it been broken into or anything?
There is no slab, but it doesn't look like anything inside has been disturbed.
All right.
Uh,
Hasn't been disturbed. Still in good contact.
Chase, get out of there.
Let me know if you want me to give him any words. Love you.
Climb the
Bye.
wall.
you don't hear a response, but you feel like this weird like sensation come back to you.
Fuck.
You're not sure how to
You talk-
identify. You're not sure how to identify it, but it just kind of feels like like somebody trying to tell you something without using words.
My dad was probably like, "Oh, I'm so proud of you."
Yeah.
Like, run now, Cash.
Get out of here. No, not him.
My prayer is much more formal.
Hold
Why
on.
are you on top of the? Why are you in the ceiling, sir?
Before you start doing the prayer, just to describe kind of what the inside of the tomb looks like. You see this actually pretty clean looking sarcophagus that's kind of
Awesome.
made out of bright white marble in the center of the room. The lid is carved in the likeness of a very handsome looking young man wearing a suit of armor that, from the looks of it, is far more ornamental than actually practical. Uh, the carvings on the walls seem to, well, they depict battles. They depict battles of the First War, you presume. However, there's a clear emphasis on the beauty of this man rather than his prowess in combat.
This guy trying to show off.
So, just as a general, idea, how does your prayer, about Adonis Nurdagon go?
Yeah.
I think it would just be a formal like thank you clearly for your sacrifice in the war, and that and the prayer to for serving Pythor and just everybody in the land, just something like that. It's more of like a prayer of thanks, and I wouldn't say like maybe well wishing. Like I don't know. Is there like a general understanding that souls ascend somewhere?
Well, you would know that souls have a knack for going to what is referred to as the celestial wheel, shall we say.
Okay.
It is not a term that was coined from Tylea, but rather a term that comes from lands beyond the the borders of the map. Some explorers who came onto the lands of Tylea in shipwrecks and the like, and found themselves here, apparently coined that term, and some of the citizens of Tylea have adopted it. They believe that if souls pass through the very earth, through the power of the mother goddess Tylea herself, and then onto a higher plane of existence. That is, of course, assuming the soul is of a good person.
Mhm.
Evil souls are said to be, well, taken into lower domains, shall we say. Uh, the underworld of Hades is said to be the place where more of the evil aligned people seem to go on to.
We're up, bro.
So it's a prayer of thanks for service to Pythor, and a prayer to wish that, or to hope that their soul has reached the appropriate destination.
Roll me a religion check.
Sure.
Yes, religion, man. He's got this.
12.
You, you don't feel anything, any heavy presence, shall we say?
Okay.
But there's this weird sensation in the back of your head, almost as if while you weren't being watched, you were being listened.
Okay.
Done with your prayers, sir.
Anything else, Matthias?
That's it.
Okay.
All right, time for me to step in here.
Oh, I forgot to show you guys the image.
Yeah.
My bad. Here we go.
Oh, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that a little bit. Oh,
Oh,
my
wow.
god. Oh my. Okay. You know what, Adonis? Yeah, I could see that. I'm sorry. Yep. Yep. Adonis. God damn it.
That's great.
Well then.
Copy me. That's what I would have had. Son
It's
of a
better that you
bitch.
don't have it.
No. We were fighting about this. We fought who were the best looking of all of us.
Were
And everybody else was
you
making fun of us
under
for it.
any? I don't mean to interrupt your communion with Adonis, but bringing this up, this friendly rivalry that you had, were you under any extra scrutiny for being a satyr?
No, not really. It was just mostly just me and him were fighting. There's some days we just go out together, hit on some chicks. He would come home with the most. Would
What
always
a
come out like
nightmare.
maybe 2 or 3 more. Still very
No,
upset about that.
But
I was
amongst
more of a
the
fighter than
Dragon
him.
Lords, I mean, there's depictions of satyrs being slaughtered and these things. You didn't stand out particularly to them.
I will tell to you, Derek, definitely. You would know that, well, while Xander, Ryzen, Adonis, and even to an extent, Janessa, didn't never really, cared that you were a satyr. They didn't treat you any different. Telemach and Esther, they were less than patient with you, to put it some way.
At least I was still alive. That's all that mattered.
I mean, whether that's because whether that's because they didn't hate you or because of some other reason, you're not sure. But yeah,
I know a reason why at least Esther didn't kill me.
Telemach and Esther didn't really, didn't really like you too much.
Esther could deal with me. I knew something about him. At least that's what keep me alive most of the time. I know something.
Uh,
Hopefully it comes up eventually.
so,
It's that one thing.
what do you say
Okay,
to Adonis when they gone?
I walk in there and be like, Adonis, you took. God dang it! I mean, I know you were all rich and everything, but still, really,
I don't know why I
I
felt
was
like
kind
Pumo
to
was
you.
gonna walk in there and be like, "Guess what, Adonis? You're dead and I'm alive. We
No,
would."
no,
Yeah,
I'm more pissed
that
about
segue.
how his thing is very much pretty and very golden. I'm jealous.
Like,
I'm like, bro, that's what I would have done with my tube.
I
What?
was chosen and you weren't. Hoorah!
I'm more jealous of how the tomb, how nice it is.
You,
Adonis, goddamn
well, you don't hear, but you feel like this weird, like draft of air pick up when you start saying that. Uh,
Madge.
so what do you say?
Like, goddamn it, Adonis. I look around, but like, damn, but man, it's very nice, man. Wow, even the special Dragon Lord like emblem in front. It's like almost like a sculpture, but gold, bro. Damn, you did go all out even after you died. Still very jealous.
You hear a disembodied voice. All of you hear it, by the way, not just Derek. Says, Well, the decor is not the only thing that is the most handsome in this room. You're, you're forgetting the
Adonis, goddammit.
you're forgetting the main event, my friend. And you see a spirit
Oh,
manifest itself in the above the statue, in the exact same pose that you guys see on the image of the tomb. The spirit manifests itself like that.
that's amazing. Is he naked?
He,
I'm like Adonis, Adonis,
what do you say?
Adonis.
What do you say, Metius?
Is the spirit naked
Oh,
or
buck, like buck naked, of course.
Oh
great?
god.
Okay.
Zandra's like,
Okay.
kind of small.
Letting it all hang out.
It doesn't fave Xandri at all because she's lesbian.
Okay.
That's how it looks like. Oh, no wonder.
Lorius falls backwards, faints. Uh, and
Kyra, don't come in here.
My poor lord.
I wasn't planning to, Derek. And she kind of all the way in the back. The spirit of Adonis will say, I must say I'm disappointed, Derek. You come here and start talking big about my tomb, but not about your one and only friend.
Which one? That one over here or that one over there?
Oh, come on, we all know that Esther only tolerated you. I was the only one that really liked you.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, just let you know. Yeah, yeah. Man, just still, I mean, very nice, man. Very nice.
Speaking of liking things, kind of looks around behind you at the rest of your companions. He says, I must say you keep some very strapping company with you.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, no, wait, no, wait, no, no, not like that, man. Not like. I mean, if you're liking to that, then yeah,
You
but still,
fucking
no.
right at mercy.
I mean, we got this big guy here. Was what? Who I forgot. Yeah, Drakgar. Yeah, you got Metius over here. He's a.
Hello.
Wait.
Yeah,
Kind of,
and you got,
no, go ahead, continue introducing your
and then we
allies.
got this lovely young lady over here, Zyra. But she swings the other way.
Who?
You mean Exandri?
Zandra, my bad. Zandra,
Uh,
Andrea.
as
You don't know I swing the other way, Pumo. My character's never told anybody that she's.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. Derek knows the vibes.
okay, well, I
Okay.
guess we're taking assumptions on people's sexuality now.
Absolutely not.
Eric just thinks because someone doesn't.
And then we got a little monk. That's all we're there. Looks like a bull. And then we got a lizard man that doesn't breathe fire.
Their names are
No, he
Juno and
should because he's
Porunga,
a dragon. But
respectively.
still, I'm upset about that.
uh,
And we got Kyra over there in the back. I don't remember her. And then Loris.
Kyra here. Lady Kyra, are you all the way back there? Would you mind saying hello to me? It's been quite a while since we interacted. Kyra says, I'm all good over here, Adonis. You don't need to worry about me. Uh, Adonis says, she's always been shy. I guess she didn't quite like me, a bit of alone time with her brother. Uh, but that's in
Yep.
the past. In any case, I must say that if I maybe still had a body, I probably wouldn't mind hanging out with some of your companions. Kinda looks all the rest of you guys up and down. But of course, I no longer have one. Oh, speaking of which, I guess I should make myself look a bit more presentable, huh? And you see as his body like shifts, and after that sort of like glitch effect, he now has clothes on. Uh, and he says, "Sorry about that. It's been ages since I've had to manifest myself in the material plane that I may have forgotten about a couple of important things."
I know you fring hang it most of the time.
Well, I mean, who am I to deny all of this to the world?
Oh god.
Right.
Yeah, I know you know. Yeah, that's it.
After
You
all,
trying to hint at something, Derek?
No, I just know. I
Uh-huh.
know that he knows that I know that he knows.
so you called
Okay,
for
Derek,
me.
we don't know.
You called for me, and I appear. I must say, not often people pray so earnestly so to myself. Usually people just like me for my looks. It's the first time in a while I hear somebody praise my very own life and death.
Yeah, I got two of Pythor's kids right behind me. Like I said, Drakgar and Sandria over here.
Oh, okay,
Uh,
that makes things very awkward. Uh, Ken looks over at Dragon Alexandria and says, "So apologies for the comment I made about your father earlier."
Oh,
no,
well, too late for the apologies. Already telegraphed it to him. I apologize.
Oh, do make sure to say hello to him.
I
Yeah,
don't
no
worry.
worries. 1 second. Dad, he says hello.
There's no response. Uh, Adonis then says, "But I take it you didn't all just come here to watch little old me, though of course I wouldn't blame you for it. I mean, look at but you probably came here for something else. I know that look in your face, Derek. I've seen it before. I have to say, bless you,
Sorry.
young miss." Again,
Thank you.
as I was saying, uh, yeah, I've seen that look in your face before. I know you're cooking up a certain scheme.
But yeah, I do have a good scheme. It's just I have to deal with Xander, and I'm pretty sure he'll be very angry once I go over there.
Oh, Xander. Yeah, the past 500 years have not been kind to him or his body. I pop in here and there from time to time to try and check up on things. Speaking of which, is Telemac still around? If he is, don't tell him I'm here.
He
Uh,
is still around, but he's in his tomb.
Ah, well, keep that man away from me. There's many things that I've dealt with over my time as a Dragonlord, but unnecessary stress due to some, well, and pardon my words, unnecessary stress due to some despicable person in the group is not one of the ones that I wish to deal with again.
yeah.
Are you bound here, Adonis?
Oh, not at all. Well, as you can see, I'm a spirit. That
Yeah.
means that I have some unresolved matters to attend to. Un- I have one.
May I ask what it is, Adonis,
That is for me to know and you to
or
find
that you
out, I
don't know?
think. That is for you to find out, my friend. I believe I can't exactly tell you because, well, uh, apologies. I had a glitch in my audio. I couldn't listen for a moment, or talk rather. Uh, Technical difficulties, yeah. So you ask him like, what's that unfinished business? Adonis will say, "Well, if I was to tell you, it wouldn't be that much fun, now would it?
True, true, true.
Don't worry, the business mostly doesn't have anything to do with you and your companions here. It's something that, let's call it family matters, shall we?
Ah,
And
I
What's
un-
his
It's
see.
not.
last name?
and unlike,
Adonis.
go ahead.
What's his last name? Adonis.
Nurday.
New Darkgar. Okay.
He says, and unlike Estor's spirit, I have no interest in being bound somewhere else. You know me, I'm a free-spirited man, just like in life as I am now in death.
Yep, yes, you were. I'm guessing you have a spawn here of your from you here in the tombs as well.
Oh, no, well, not really. Uh, you see, uh, well, we do, brother. This is complicated matters. You know me. I was never one to deny all of this to the people of Drakgar. And I may or may not have a couple more descendants running around. Outlive our dear old friends.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
but
passed one here, Dorian.
yes, I oversaw him a couple of times during my travels through the plains. It was Sad, sad life. But enough about that. I'm not here to talk about family business with you all. That's certainly incredibly boring. I am here to, well, one, uh, bless you all with my presence, and two, bless you all with some. Actually, before I finish that sentence, why is it that you are here? You didn't actually quite answer that question.
Yeah. I came here to individually apologize to everybody that, of course, when we got into that big old final battle, or near almost our final battle, that I ended up getting well, that's okay. Well, it was that one night we were drinking and Versailles was by the sea. It was supposed to be just a one night, escapade, and it turned into 500 years in her chamber.
Ah, yes, that. Well, you don't need to apologize to me. First of all, because I want no part in whatever it is that happened to you. And
I mean, it was good for the first time, but after that, oh man, you just
you, even, I know I appeared here naked and all, but even I think that's TMI. He kind of looks over.
you don't really, really, really.
Yes, really, Derek. I warned you about her
God.
since we met her, and you refused to listen. What,
Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna get that from Xander. Don't worry about it.
what did my friendship mean to you all those years?
I would like to chime
Fun
in and say
times.
he still doesn't listen.
Ah, well,
Some things don't change. Remember.
I was going to take the words right out of my mouth. He looks over at the rest of you guys and says, "Now, I can guys kind of get an idea of how Derek has been this past years, and I'm certain you guys have tried your best to keep him in check. Uh,
He makes
Tried.
it hard.
well, and not,
Very
and
hard.
not, and not in a good way, I tell you.
God damn.
Oh.
Looks over, he says, sorry, crude jokes are kind of my defense mechanism when I'm put in a very stressful situation. Now, uh, the rest of you guys, well, I heard some introductions from Derek here, but as usual, he uses very specific type of language that doesn't quite sell me on the type of people that you guys are.
500 years, man. I'm in a bubble. It's kind of hard. I haven't read a single book.
You would
Maybe
think
two or three
that
books.
you would think that in that time speaking to someone, you would have some skills to, speaking to people.
No, I was stuck in a bubble. Kind of hard.
Sure. He looks over,
Stuck in a bubble, man. Stuck in the bubble. Couldn't do much.
looks over at you guys and says, "Now, I already heard the very promising and praising words of that one over there." Kind of looks at you, Metius, and then looks over at the rest of you guys and says, "But I will say that I never expected that when I would materialize here, I would find not one, but two spawns of, or offspring, shall we say, of Pythor. Excuse me, the language of the Archelander brothers stuck to me more than it should have.
Eh, get used to it.
And I sure hope you didn't."
No, uh, uh, shouldn't answer that right now. Right now.
Derek, you didn't actually like Estor and Telemakar, did you?
Esther, that was one thing I've never told you guys about Esther. It was it was one of those nights when we first traveled on the Eltros.
Please,
Maybe I'll tell you another time. It's a big story.
oh, please tell me you didn't fuck him.
No, 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 no,
I wouldn't put it
no.
past him, actually, now that you say it.
Look,
Shush.
No wonder Cersei's
look,
kidnapped him.
look, we all tolerated Esther and Telemak because they were avid warriors, but they were far too bloodthirsty for all of us. Even Sander had his apprehensions about keeping them around. And
Yeah, yeah, I
you
do
know
know
me,
that.
I am better at being a face than I am at being a warrior. Or was, I guess. So I used to keep away from them every time it was time to talk to someone. You know, in a sense, even though I just met you all, I have a feeling that sentiment applies here as well. but regardless,
Yeah.
I don't mean to make any assumptions here. So, you two over there, looking over at Porunga and Juno, will say, now my friend over here did a poor job of, introducing you guys.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to do just that?
I
Just introduce
will
yourself, guys. God dang it.
kind of shyly step forward, do a little bow. My name's Juno.
Go all the way in the back.
Kind of nods and says, well, you already know who I am. Adonis Nerdigon. I must say, I do find it surprising that a Minotaur entered the necropolis willingly. That don't mean that as an offense, of course. Don't mean that as an offense, of
Sorry.
course. Bless you, young miss. I don't mean that as an offense, of course.
I'm just allergic to bullshit.
I don't mean that as an offense, of course. I have no ill will or bad blood with your kind. Yeah, I am no Archelander. I just find it surprising because, well, you've probably seen it already if you made it all the way here, huh? Uh, Many things that our team did against you, against your people.
We talked to Telemonk. He
I'm
didn't have much
not talking
flattering
to you. I'm
words
not
to
talking to
Juno.
you, Derek. I'm talking to the man over there.
Man, Madge.
I
Yeah,
like this
I
guy. Can
mean,
he
we
travel
did
with
see a
us?
statue of a Minotaur being killed down there, but I'm here to support my team. They've saved me many times, so I'm just here to help them out.
Ah, whoa. What I wouldn't give to go back to days where I used to have friends like that.
I'm right here. Feel free.
Give this one around. He kind of looks over at Juno. And says, yeah, give this one around. I like him. And he looks over at you, Porunga. Says, you say, Porunga, nice to meet you. He says, now, you don't look like a lizard folk to me. Obviously, Derek here used language that this clearly doesn't quite suit you. So, may I ask? Dragonborn. Those are rare. Even back in the day when we first just arrived, there were barely any. I suppose I have been away from material plane for quite a while. Well, it's nice to meet you. And kind of looks over at Lorius, knocked out on the ground, and then he says, "I'll ask him later." And then looks over, you guys, the ones who are at the front, Exandri Drakgar, Metius, and says, "Now, uh, down to business, I suppose. You're here because you're trying to get back the items that once belonged to the Dragonlords of old, aren't you?"
Yeah, yeah. Well, of course, it's as if Xander, of course, would yes let us. If not, I'm gonna get a big scolding. Well, I know the scolding's gonna come first, of course.
No. Wait. Well, I suppose that is the least of your worries.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
I
I'm
did
just
say
preparing
that I
myself for
pop
that.
in here and out on the Sanders tomb to check how things are going. Last time I was there, a very nasty looking Minotaur was roaming the halls. Never
The
good.
tomb?
Correct.
Wait, what?
You see, Sanders' tomb isn't just a tomb. It is a veritable labyrinth.
Oh,
Cool.
A labyrinth that is in itself guarded by, well, many things. Mainly of all, undead. And last I checked, a still living Minotaur that was roaming the halls. Never caught the fellow's name, but he didn't look like he could wanted to make any friends.
Oh, that's
Definitely
Dragar.
not friendly. Noted.
Oh, Dragar got a good fighting mate right now, I guess.
Now, as far as my judgment of you all go, well, you look like decent people. The fact that you haven't, you know, lost your temper with this guy over here, looking at them, tells me that you guys are veritable saints. Now, I'll tell you what. I like all of you, so I'm going to give you something. He kind of floats up to like the ceiling of the tomb, and you see as his hand kind of faces into the into the wall, and you hear a like some form of mechanism was moved. Ah, there we go. That should get rid of the trap that is protecting my tomb.
What's a trap in here?
There was one. If you would have tried to open the sarcophagus of mine, door would have slammed shut on behind you, and you would have been poisoned to death.
Let me guess, spikes or gas?
Oh, gas. I believe they called it mercury, not the god, the the material.
Huh?
Right.
It is.
Huh?
Well, it was gonna be really bad. Uh,
So we have your permission to take what's in your tomb
oh, of
Well, we
course.
within
get to
reason.
ask him, guys. Come on, we'll just.
He kind of looks over and says, "Hey, Damon, they're gonna be taking some of the stuff of my tomb. You okay with that?" There is no response. All right.
He's still with somebody right now. He's.
Visiting Isadore's tomb again, huh? Yeah,
Uh,
I understand that. Very well. Bada beam, bada boom. The snaps his fingers, and the lid of the sarcophagus pops open again, as if it was a kind of a vacuum sealed.
all right. Okay, Adonis. Just before we take this is it's happening now. Unless I guess I never told you, but we're fighting the Titans again, just like we did back in the days. Versailles told us we are the chosen ones, apparently. And we should be getting the stuff here, of course, what you said, to go kill them.
Well,
I guess round 2, I'm pretty sure.
you have a knack for simplifying matters that are sound way more complicated than what you make it seem.
Exactly correct.
Just like a normal day back in the days.
Quite so. I must say, Derek, I am surprised that you are running with this many people. Not because, well, you did it back in the day, but surprised. You know what? Never mind.
Hey, it's me and you were almost exactly the same, okay? Maybe you were better at most other things, but okay, we were almost exactly the same.
The same. Oh no, friend, we are not the same. And I don't mean that in a
Hmm.
demeaning way. You have your points, I'll give you that. But come on, there can't be no other Adonis Nurdigon.
Yes, I know that. Don't worry about that. I know that.
Now, at any rate, he kind of uh, gestures for you to move the lid of the sarcophagus.
And it's heavy. Extra gold on it.
Uh, you believe the
I
weight
help.
comes more from the statue that is on top of it, the
Well,
statue of Adonis.
exactly. Extra gold on it.
You see, well, with somewhat relatively preserved body of Adonis Nurdigon. Uh,
Oh,
he seems to be
paid
donning
extra.
much like the other bodies you've seen, uh, entombed with his gear. There is wearing like the sort of ornamental like breastplate that he's usually seen with in the depictions of him. Uh, he says, "Ugh, it always feels unreal to look at my own face lying dead on the ground.
Mm.
I must say, the years have been kind to me. At any rate, you see that sword over there that's at my side? Grab that.
Yeah. Mhm.
That was my very own sword. I barely used it in battle as it is, but it probably will help you guys.
All right. 2 swords.
It'll allow you to strike quick and, well, with clear judgment in your mind. I'm sure you'll be making use out of it a lot.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Uh,
Don't worry.
I'm actually just going to show you what the blade does, because Adonis would explain it to you.
Uh, Oh, cool. So it's
Ooh.
yes, it's one of those. Is it a quick fang? No, it's that fang item from Pokemon. What's that called again? Quick Claw? Yeah, Quick Claw.
Typo there. Uh,
Quick Claw of quickness. Show sorts.
there we go. Pow.
show, show sorts. I saw that.
Anyway, so Adonis hands you over the short sword, and he says, "May it serve you in battle when it didn't serve me."
Yeah, don't worry about it. I still play the tunes. Of course, I will go in melee if I have to.
Ah, you still do that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Do you remember the time where you played that one song that was so bad that it made Esther cry? I think.
Well,
That's
that and
great.
other reasons, okay. Look, it was that and other reasons, okay.
Like I swear, I
Was it?
never saw the man portray any emotion that wasn't bloodlust. But that was impressive.
Maybe that's why he didn't kill me automatically.
Anyway,
Maybe.
I believe it's time I go back to where I was.
Oh, before you go, Adonis, do you mind if I ask you a question about um, one of the tombs, Cosmophobus's tomb?
Oh, yes.
There seems to be some black ichor leaking out of it that retreated as I attempted to clean it with a magical spell.
Well,
We decided against opening it, but
well, as you've seen with my own tomb, there's defense mechanisms in place for those who may defile them, and not all of them are, well, due to consecration. There are some around here that are a bit more conventional. Anything from skeletons reanimating to attacking, to statues moving on their own, to,
Mhm.
well, something else that hides between the walls of the tombs.
Ah,
I
Oh,
suggest that you go at your own peril. Many of us, well, our tombs were consecrated, and therefore taking everything without permission will result in you being afflicted with a curse. Others weren't consecrated, and some of those who weren't have this more conventional means of protection in their tombs. I, of course, had the luxury, the blessing of being of having my tomb be consecrated by the followers of Pythor themselves. I miss the
all
old
right.
days sometimes. Oh,
Pardon?
Adonis, I have a question just to ask you before you just leave. You
uh,
decide to.
well, I mean, since I'm here, I suppose I shall answer.
All right. If if you since the Dragonlords, do you think the first Dragonlords are still dead even though I'm alive?
Oh, most definitely. Sander
Because
died, well, due to a mortal wound that was never really healed. Uh, Ryzen passed away a couple of years after. Well, I was killed in battle. Uh, Enemy had no
okay.
appreciation for the fine art that is my face.
It's sad.
And,
Because
oh, we were going to say
like
something?
because I just wanted to say because one of Estor's descendants kind of is trying to bring back the Dragonlords in his own image.
Hmm.
I just thought maybe would you give them your blessing if they were to ask you ever?
Listen, last time I heard about the Archelanders, they weren't bringing any good news around. I don't,
Got it.
wouldn't put it. I, of course, want to be optimistic and believe that their descendants are trying to, well, turn over a new leaf from the rest of their lineage. But of course, that is just a hope.
Yeah, that's what I hope too. Me and this ragtag group of individuals, since I guess the last of the original ones. I guess.
Don't let that get
Just
to your head, Derek. Hubris
yeah,
is,
yeah.
hubris is what leads to a fall.
Too late. It already did.
I'm still alive. For
Yeah.
now, I guess. Oh, well, well, it doesn't even. You know what? Yeah.
Listen,
Uh,
listen, Derek, and all of you. This is important. We weren't perfect. Dragonlords of old, we were also ragtag group. Look where that left our legacy at. With some of us being remembered as bloodthirsty murderers, and those who came after us down the line making deals with the Titans themselves. I've seen a great number of things throughout my time jumping in and out of the material plane. I must say, I think Sander will agree that things can be better. Don't think that just because you were one of us, you should uphold the same ideals that we did. Maybe there's another way of turning things around.
100 years, man. Something's got to change, right? Maybe the same, but sometimes something in his head could just
Well, first of all,
start.
speaking of that head, you have to get those thoughts about Esther Orkilander out of there. His hand kind of faces through your forehead when he, like, pokes you. It's like this weird, sort of like chilly sensation. Kind of goes directly into your brain for a moment, for like half a second.
Hey, that's cold, man. Come on. Look, there's some things you don't know that he told me. I don't know if it's real or not, but there's, like you said, hopefully there is something down his family that maybe, just maybe, he could change. And I saw something that in him that if he just changed at that point, things could have been different.
You know, I heard all of that, and I still didn't understand what you were trying to say. Uh,
Eh, you know me. One weird one.
I guess I do know you, huh? I suppose that'll be all for me. I must return back to the ethereal plane, and I will pray from beyond the veil for all of your success.
That's appreciated.
Maybe one day I'll have a tomb just as nice as yours.
Keep dreaming. And
Hey, God, God dang it!
and keep,
And then walk away. God dang it!
and keep the peace. Keep the
God
peace.
damn it! Uh, he was a funny one. Cries inside a little bit.
Kyra's, from the back says, "Well, that was the thing." Kind of goes over to Lorius and kind of, shakes him a little bit as he wakes up.
Sprinkle holy water on him.
Uh, uh, did I pass? Did I pass out? Uh,
Yes.
oh,
Yep.
I'm sorry. Don't know what happened there. I think I saw something really beautiful.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Excuse me, what? Wait, excuse me,
okay.
what?
Uh, Kyra's
Uh,
Kyra's kind of raising an eyebrow and says, "Anyway, I think we shouldn't bother Adonis anymore.
We head north.
It
Yeah.
is the only place left to go."
yeah.
Onward.
Onto my maybe impending doom, probably.
So I will ask, you guys moving on to the final tomb?
I mean,
Ye-
there's technically two more tombs,
But no,
right?
we're not doing that one.
Lysis
No.
and Ochos.
Yeah, that is true. Oh shit! I think everybody's skipping around on my fucking screen. Give me a moment. I was gonna move you guys over there. Hold on.
This is Xander's. This is Xander's tomb now. Oh, Liz? What? There's two more people up here. What the heck? I never seen them.
Yeah, boy.
Getting this.
By the way, Damon is no longer in front of the.
That's why I was confused earlier why we were going south when we were right next to two tombs.
I didn't see him.
I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter because
I
Xander
never
has
heard
to
of
ultimately
these
it doesn't
people.
matter, but like I was just confused. I was like, damn, he doesn't even want to stand next to the dudes too.
Hold on.
Guys,
All
I'm
right.
gonna get my cheeks clapped.
Uh,
I'm gonna need somebody to explain what that means to me eventually.
No, don't stop it.
please don't say it like that. No. So,
I'm gonna get chewed out by my own leader.
which tomb did you guys go to?
Well, we know that Xander's tomb is meant to be some
Long labyrinth.
labyrinth, and I can see a couple of tombs up there. We
might
should
as well-
finish our, respect paying.
Yeah.
I think we could trek up here. I guess go up these rocks.
All right. So,
I've actually got.
Repair specs to Ochos and Lysis, and then headed to a labyrinth apparently.
Here you go, kitty.
Hey, we found out some good information. We found
Oh,
out
yeah.
that Pumo's the big bad evil guy.
No lies.
I
That's
think
not. It
he's
wasn't confirmed. What are you
the.
talking about? And
I think he's
maybe
like the big bad
Loris is
redeem guy.
kind of swings one way.
well, no. We learned
Maybe.
Pumo is a, well, not Pumo. Derek is a Estor apologist.
Yeah,
No.
for real.
Just because I'm
Esther
Team
apologist.
Estor for like
I mean-
percent does not mean I am. Look, I know some things. Okay, not like you guys don't know. I'm sorry,
Uh,
I mean,
people
he
that
only
weren't 500 years ago.
who here in this party is from the city of Estor? Beside Alexandria.
Not
Who's just
Astoria.
these?
I'm from Mitros.
Okay.
I'm
Alexandria,
from the other world.
you recognize the name Lysis Arcalander immediately.
Okay.
There's a name that has its place in the story, in the history of the city of Astoria. Lysis Arcalander, you would know, no history check required, was the previous ruler of Astoria.
That my dad overthrew because he was a bad person, right?
Exactly. Lysis
I remember.
Lysis Arcalander, descendant of Esther Arcalander, was known to be a mad tyrant who, during their during their time as a ruler, there was a lot of murder, torture, and other forms of very bad things that they did. Pythor eventually overthrew Lysis Arcalander and became the ruler of Astoria since then. This one does have a door on it.
Was there a
Oh, yeah.
a title?
Lysis Arcalander does not have a title.
Okay.
Dragonlord.
For
they
the
say.
safety of the party, I do believe myself and Drac should stay outside of the tomb. I will do my prayers from here.
Okay.
I
Uh,
have no intention of
Derek.
going inside.
Juno, open the door.
Well,
Mr. Lease.
Derek, you do not know who the fuck Lysis Arcalander is, by the way. This this guy
Yeah.
came after your time.
Yeah, I just know it's a Dragonlord. I'll be like, okay, I guess.
I'm just going to offer a simple general prayer
I
of
hold Derek back.
thanks for service kind of
I'm
thing.
not touching the door. Why you need to hold me back for? Literally right next to you.
It's your Derek, that's why.
No, because you're Dragar. You shouldn't get close to the door either,
Wait, do you open the door?
sir.
I'm confused. Like,
No,
No,
I'm
no,
not.
no.
I'm not strong enough to open the door.
We don't need to open it.
There's nothing in there. I hope that's worth of any value.
We go to this one instead. Oh.
Party would like somebody to inspect it and report back what they find. Only because
Juno.
he was a tyrant and not necessarily a good guy. I myself and Drac should not go in there, seeing as our own blood overthrew him and took the city from him. But
if there are clues as to where the Ultros is or who actually originally started the war or anything that can help us in our journey, somebody should at least go inspect it.
Say shit.
All right.
Eric, did you throw him in?
Because I feel like Juno can't go in there because Mr.
I
Escort
have no
doesn't like
problem
his
doing
people.
it if somebody wants to open the door. If this is
I'll
what we're
join. I'll join
deciding.
you. Why not? Two people do it to open the door. Why not?
Okay, am I physically able to open this too?
What is your strength score?
It is.
Two.
Oh my god. Is
Strength is 10.
0.
So a 10.
So a 10, yeah.
No.
10s make a 20.
Not be able to open
10s
this
make a
door.
20.
You will not be
Alright.
able to open this door on your own. They,
Got it. I'll stay outside.
what? All right.
I'll help
Dagger?
open it, but
With
I'll stay outside.
Drakgar assisting Metius, in between the two of you, you manage to push open the stone door. Inside, you see what appears to be a bronze statue. Oh my bad. Well, yeah, it is sort of like a less of a statue, more like a. Damn, what's the name of this thing? A relief? Is that
Yeah, a
the?
relief.
Yeah, it's
Like a carving out of a wall kind of thing.
yeah that thing. Like carved.
Yeah, relief.
It's kind of like a relief that seems to depict, well, what else but the brutal behavior of this so-called king, Lysis Archelander. Madness clearly portrayed in their eye as they are depicted. Not really their rise and fall, more just generally their downfall at the hands of, well, the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Pythor. At the center of
God.
the tomb is a sort of like black sarcophagus that is carved in the image of Lysis Archelander. Where is the image for Tomb of Lysis Archelander? Here we go.
Oh wow.
Oh my God! This guy. Oh God. This guy looks. That's a weird
Hero
king.
to
Yeah, this does
zero,
happen.
just
I'm
like
actually gonna have
that.
to take off for the night, fellas, because I've got to be up very early tomorrow, and I've got some stuff I gotta do before I hit today. So
Okay,
Alright.
in that
Have
case,
to finish anyway. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, we'll
After this next tune.
no, we'll be finishing in a couple of minutes anyway. So, glad to have you here, Mitch.
yeah, this was fun.
All right.
Mhm.
This was a good one. I like the lore.
Yeah, hope it wasn't like too boring of a session in all
No, this was
the
cool.
info drop. All right. Well, talk to you later, man.
I'm
See you guys.
Liz.
All right.
Okay, see ya. Liz looks like a weird kind of guy. I
You were
don't know what other words I can.
you were gonna say something, Metius?
Well, I mean, I guess inside I'll offer the prayer, and like I said, it's just a general prayer of thanks for their service in the Dragon War, and since there was no title of oath sworn to anybody, it will remain general. Do I see anything in here that would hint at the location of the Ultros or anything to do with Esther Archelander?
Uh, you see in one of the reliefs, uh, what looks like, in one of the images that kind of depicts like the mad behavior of this guy. There is like the image of Lysis Archelander, uh, as the madness grows in his eyes, with like this silhouette like hanging above him that doesn't quite match the shape of Lysis Archelander, but rather seems to match the depiction of Estor in his tomb. Uh, almost as
He
if,
wasn't crazy.
like the spirit or legacy or something related to Esther Archelander was hunting Lysis themselves.
Interesting.
Can Derek come in and look at the mirror and say, I think we should look at this and just ponder it for a little bit.
I agree.
Well, you basically come to a conclusion that what I just described. It kind of seems to depict the, give the intention that Lysis was somehow being haunted by the spirit, perhaps, of Ezra Calander. Whether that is literally or metaphorically, you're not sure.
Mm.
Huh, Arcanine.
Uh, you've most of the murals, however, I described, just depict Pythor beating the shit out of Lysis.
Yeah.
You do notice, or at least feel, that there isn't that sort of like pressure that you guys felt on the tombs that were consecrated isn't present here.
Okay.
Uh, Other than that, there doesn't appear, well, besides sarcophagus, of course, there doesn't appear to be anything else of note here.
I guess we're done here. I guess.
If I touch
Okay.
the staff that is indicated in or is depicted in that wonderful image, does anything happen to me?
Not really. It seems the staff is entirely decorative.
Okay.
Huh.
I don't think there's too much more we can glean from the inside of this tomb. Maybe we just leave.
That picture, man. That picture just. That picture just looks. I feel like there's something in that picture. Like just can't get out of my head.
And the
I'll
last.
step outside and, describe to those who couldn't or didn't go in what I saw.
All right. And I believe you guys would move to the last tomb.
Yes.
Ocho. ESPN the Ocho.
This one. You will see. This one doesn't have a door. You see inside. Well, first of all, much like the tomb of Minotaur the Magnificent, you will see that there's actually a statue on top of the tomb. Kind of like this very large, bronze statue of a man. Kind of stands watch over the entrance. You notice once you actually look inside that the murals are done in a likeness very similar to that of the statue. Uh, they depict this same man as sort of leading an army of hoplite soldiers in various battles and clashes against centaurs and other forms of enemies. Uh, mostly showing like battles taking place in the form of grasslands of sorts. The man himself doesn't seem to be wearing too fancy of an equipment, at least in the depictions. In fact, it seems to extend even to the sarcophagus itself, which is not really adorned compared to every other, you know, uh, tomb here. There is like the image of the man kind of laying on top of the sarcophagus next to one of the walls that has two words, I serve.
A surge.
What does he serve?
Someone use a black light in here.
Uh, so, uh, well, what do you guys do?
So you're saying it's pretty much almost exactly like the previous tomb with all the pictures?
I mean, this one seems to emphasize more like a general, like it doesn't even give you the idea that he was, he's an Archelander, obviously, as indicative of the engraving, Ocus Archelander. But none of these images actually show him, being bloodlusted
So
or
it's like the opposite, really. It's more
Yeah,
It's way less adorned. There isn't as brutal imagery or anything like that.
yeah,
It's just a matter of fact. He's someone who served.
yeah. It seems
Something like a warrior or something.
unlike the previous tomb, who that was depicting a Archlander was a king. This one seems to depict an Archlander that was just a soldier.
Hmm.
Huh. Okay. Nothing in this room seems obvious or suspicious, minus statue.
Do you make another prayer?
Yes,
One,
and it will be another sort of general prayer,
one,
thanking for service.
one final prayer for Okos Archelander, probably the only okay member of the Archelander family. Uh,
Sure. Sure.
you make this prayer. Obviously, this guy didn't have any Oathsworn title to them, so just
Hmm.
a general prayer of thank you for being a soldier, for serving to protect the land. And there isn't there's no response, mind you, but you do feel like your prayers were heard by someone. You're not sure who.
Hmm.
Let me just put this statue here on the map. There we go. Uh, so with that final tomb out of the way, uh, well, there's nothing else left but
To walk.
The one,
You just
and the
walk now.
only.
go towards Sander Hurat's tomb.
I ride this slope down like a little sled, like a little slippery slope. Whee!
Kyra says, well, I hope you got all of your prayers out of the way, 'cause I feel you're really gonna need that when in this next challenge. If what Adonis told you all is true, then this tomb is not alone.
Well, if this is something else I can, never mind. I'll be sad when I get in there.
Well, in that case, I shall remain here. Not here outside, but you know, I shall remain back and make sure to record everything here. Lorius kind of assess. Oh, yes, I'll I'm not that good at fighting, but I can probably help out in that regard. You know what you said it yourselves. Having multiple perspectives on something works.
Exactly.
And as you guys get ready to enter Sander Hurat's tomb, that's where we'll end the session for now. I do apologize that this was like just straight up a info dump, a slash roleplay session. I hope it wasn't too boring for you guys. Uh,
So this is what I like the most, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good one. Well, and the next one, of course, it's gonna be more, fighting and hoping we don't die, kind of,
uh,
You won't die.
oh shit! I forgot to start recording. For
Wait,
those,
what?
oh,
Wait,
shit,
what?
sorry. For those of you guys who are watching this on YouTube, well, continue watching, like, follow, subscribe, all that shit. Bang. We will continue following the adventures of this group of heroes as they venture into the tomb of Xander Horath, the first Dragonlord, in anticipation to see what type of ancient gear he has,
For me.
for the party. With that, we'll be signing off.